Of course, he has the.
No, I don't, man. Unfortunately, I don't have a wholesale
He's selling.
distributor. To get those
Yeah, Dane, take the call while we're live. Do that. That's a good idea.
On Amazon.
Make sure you get the credit card. Make sure you get the guy's credit card info and announce it over the air. Make sure you do that.
You ready, Dane?
Yeah.
All right. 80's Milk Tuesday. Intro, here it is. Hey now, welcome everybody, Talking Guitars and 80s Metal Live.
Live!
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 Live and uncensored.
It's alive! It's alive! We'll do it live!
There we are. There we are. We're doing it live. What is today? March 15th, 2022, 8:10 p.m. Eastern, 5:10 Pacific. What are the names? Dane Zimmerman.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Great to see you, man. There we go. John Mancuda.
I can barely see him.
Thank you guys so much for having me on with you guys tonight.
Oh, for sure, man. I haven't heard from Paulie. I'm hoping he'll pop in a little bit. I texted him.
Sharon Wilddollar. Where's Paul?
He's in my mouth right now. Hold on. And by the way, for those wondering why I'm wearing glasses today, I am about 80% blind today. I got an eye infection yesterday. And I'm going to do my best to chug through the show with it, even though I can barely see. One eye is like completely useless, and the other one is a little blurry. I'm putting drops in like 4 times a day. The eye doctor goes to me yesterday. He's like, "Can you read the eye chart?" I'm like, "What wall is it on?" And he's like, "Okay, let's take a closer look." That was the eye doctor, by the way. There he is. Let me see your eyes.
John, you look fine.
If I put my finger in your eye, does that hurt?
You look fine, John. Maybe just a little stoned, little red-eyed, kind of stoned looking.
I never get stoned, but I am blind as a bat today. I usually wear extended wear contacts, and normally, like I said, it's never an issue, but even with my backup glasses, I am so blind today. I can't even see my dick more than normal, which is, very hazardous. Today I went to the bathroom. I unzipped my pants. I pulled my thumb and I peed myself. So, yeah, it didn't work out very well.
Wow.
I thought it was my dick. It was my thumb.
Once you hit a certain age, Viagra isn't absolutely just for sex. It really, really helps where you just get hard enough so you stop urinating on your own feet.
Well, if I had Viagra, I'd be pissing out my nostril. Yeah, the doctor asked, "Any idea how you got this eye infection?" I said, "Perhaps it was jerking off in my own mouth when I did a handstand the other day." So he didn't appreciate that, but... So how do you know how you get an eye infection? What a stupid question to ask. It's like, there I am upside down. Oh, fuck.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know. I took home a woman I think was my mother. I hope so, because we were at the supermarket and she's like, telling me, you're driving too fast. I'm like, you sound like my mother. I hope you're my mother. Meanwhile, my mom's still at the store right now. Some other old lady's sitting upstairs. Where am I? Is this my home? And my mother's hitchhiking. Maybe if I suck a couple off, I'll get home. Oh boy. Yeah. Doctor, how do you think you got this eye infection? I don't know, Doc. I was wiping my ass. I decided to rub my eyes. How do you know how you get an eye infection?
Wow.
Oh man.
Well, maybe 100 thumbs ups today will help.
That would definitely cheer me up. Too bad I can't see them. I can't see them.
Oh, maybe you got pink eye. You remember how some people would get what they call pink eye?
I don't have pink eye. It's just I woke up the other day and there was like all this pus in my eyes, but it wasn't pink. Like pink eye, it's like really your eyes are red, red, red. This just was pus. Or like I said, maybe it was just jizz. Maybe like I went to sleep and like some of my friends had a bukkake and I don't know. I woke up. What's this? You know. But I think it's pus. But anyway, no, it was just in my eyes. And I woke up. I woke up the next day and I was just like, okay, this is burning. Like my eyes are on fire and I can barely see. So of course, what's the first thing I do? Get in my car and drive.
Oh my God.
Like Magoo. Roadhog. Going through fields of cows and a cornfield, and on a roller coaster, and
Yeah, you must have rubbed your eyes. Like you must have touched something, and
they were on fire yesterday, just fucking on fire.
In the chat, what do you guys think? How do you think?
What do you think happened to my eyes? Speculate in the chat. What do you guys think?
Allergies or
no, Dane? This is
allergy season.
This is no recovery. I mean, this is an eye infection.
Come on.
No. This isn't like my eyes are itchy, watery. I mean, I'm like,
yeah.
This isn't like itchy, watery. I mean, this is an eye infection. I have an eye infection. But I'm just wondering. It's like, and of course, my insurance only covers me when I'm in Los Angeles. I have insurance by the state. So it covers me when I'm in the state. When I'm out of state, it only covers me on emergencies. So I'm like, I call up the insurance company. I'm like, I didn't know this. They're like, yeah, no, it's not nationwide unless it's a medical emergency. So I'm like, well, gee, that's always fun.
So is it your right eye or is it your brown eye?
It's both eyes. My left eye right now, I cannot see out of. I'm like so blurred, blinded in that one right now. I cannot see out of it. This one I can see a little bit out of. I can make out the chat, but it's a little blurry. Now is a great time to send me nudes and let me guess if you're a guy or a girl. Because that'll be the contest for tonight. If I get 5 right, I win a poke in the eye. Apparently,
well, if it spreads to your brown eye, then you're in big trouble.
That's probably how I got it. Is fingering my brown eye. I was gonna pour a delicious Bang energy drink into my eye and see if it helped anything, because it usually
that's
is the
probably
cure for
what
everything
happens.
else. It usually is the cure for everything else. I figure I'll pour delicious Bang energy drink into my eyes and see what happens if it'll work just as good as the drops. Thank you, Bang Energy.
Lots of electrolytes in there.
Yeah. Let's see. Keith Campbell says, "Hi, John. I would consider that an emergency since you're now auditioning for Nerd Halen." I didn't even know that. You better tell Caleb. Right now, what's his name is like, wait a minute, I'm out of a job. What's Hal Sparks? Hal is probably like, wait, what do you mean Mancuta's auditioning for the job? I have the job. Do you want to tell me something? Nah, Nerd Halen, God bless him, they're on a high right now. After that awesome performance during the cruise, man. God bless him.
Caleb's going to go and he's going to clip off that ponytail that Hal has growing. His hair got long quick.
Hal should just wear it down.
Like he's long now.
Hal should just wear it down. Let's see.
Oh, Lindy Lynch.
Hold on, Lindy Lynch.
Can you
She's
read
a
that?
medical professional.
Yeah.
And of course, she can touch me anywhere in an exam. I just came on, but I heard you have itchy, yucky eyes. You may have blepharitis. Blepharitis? Which is an inflammation of the eyelids, basically. Wash your eyelids with Johnson baby shampoo, not a sponsor, a few times a
Not
day.
yet.
I am not putting shampoo in my fucking eyes. Are you kidding me? No, they gave me prescription. I mean, I have a prescription. I have to take this for 10 days and 4 drops a day. And 4 times a day I put drops in my eyes for 10 days. And then I go back to the doctor. So we'll see what happens. Let's see what speculation has on how I fuck this. Let's see. R2R3 Locking Nut says it's orbital jizzitis, which makes sense. Let's see. AI Gaming says I watch House Sparks every day. Very funny. Well, you should probably listen to that restraining order he has on you, because he's noticed you outside that bathroom window. Let's see. Robert Ranford says maybe Mancuda was just kissed by an angel. More like kissed by an anal. Let's see. Jeff Davidson says, yeah, Mancuda has the stink eye. Kurt says, wash your eye out with Bang. See, I agree. Thank you, Kurt. 5150. Bo Zeke has the best one. You ever watch My Big Fat Greek Wedding, Mancuda? Try Windex. You remember that?
Oh.
Windex is good for everything.
Windex fixes everything.
I'll pour that shit right in my eye. Jesus rapes me. How many fingers am I holding up, Mancuda? I don't know. These two? Let's see. Jimmy Ray Hawkins says I got teabagged by a 1-baller to the right eye. That's possible. Let's see.
I thought you couldn't read.
I can read barely out of my right eye. This is why I'm like angling my head at a weird angle more than normal. Let's see. Let's see. A drop of purple micro dot in each eye should sort you out. Oh, yeah.
For about a week.
You're not supposed to rub your eyes after playing an Ibanez, Gretch Zeppelin says. Dan of New Jersey. Loss of vision apparently isn't a medical emergency to insurance companies. Yeah, tell me about it. I know I'll be fighting to recover that bill. Joe Hervey 84, my Jew homie, says that's the prison system for you. Did whatever dirty slut you're seeing piss in your eye, Mancuda? Bozique says, I'm not dating anyone right now. I haven't dated anyone in 2 years. Mom, is that you? Oh. Megatod 707 says Mancuda put his eye right in the glory hole. There you go. AI Gaming, eye herpes. Majestic PB&J Cat, someone farted on my pillow. Mike Olson says it's straight out poop. Brock Daddy says it's probably jizz. Joe Hervey says a stripper fart. That's a good guess, actually. Well, we get the idea. We get the idea. Anyway, thank you, everybody, for the well wishes. Let's see. David Crosby found out where you live and snuck in at night to eye hole fuck you, Megatod says. Yeah, I'll show you, you bastard. Right in the eye. Right in the eye. Mancuda. Right in your fucking eye.
That's what you get for making fun of me.
GG. Keith Campbell says John loved the front row at that GG Allen gig. Jimmy Ray Hawkins says I got blasted by a full gape session. Let's see. Chris Bevan says I stuck my eye in someone's pussy. Not just my eye.
Man, these answers.
I love these answers. Thank you, everybody. Let's see.
I wonder how many of them are actually false.
Bozique says, don't forget the baby powder, too.
It's just kind of dawned on me how many really crude and rude people watch this program.
I attract that sort of element. My people, love y'all. Hey, listen, we're on the verge of World War III. We need a little laughter nowadays, you know. Hellstorm says this is why you don't sit front row at the Donkey Show. There you go. In Tijuana. Dan in New Jersey said John tried to put a pick in his nose and missed.
Oh, that happens around here.
Thank you, Wilbur Woke too.
Thank you, Wilbur.
Anyway, Johnny, why don't you give the is that an air raid siren? Oh no, okay.
Uh-oh.
I thought I heard an air raid
I
siren.
hope not.
Don't worry, John. I've got the air defense right here. Mama Kuda's gonna go to Ukraine with that plane. He's gonna take down those communist bastards right out of the sky.
Wow.
I'll set up a no-fly zone. Just me and the woodpecker and Muttley.
Oh man. Well, hey, where
Nice.
are we? Hello.
Let's give the roll call. Let's say
Hello.
hi to everybody.
Hello, channel members. Hello. Those are the people in the chat with the green names. Oh, we're getting a phone call.
Johnny,
Is-
Johnny, it's false flag. Johnny, it's early. You haven't taken my call yet. I'm calling.
Hello.
Hi, Johnny. It's Kurt with a C.
Hey,
Shock.
Kurt with a C.
Shocking.
How you doing, man?
Hey, good. I have a question for Mancuda. Can he hear me?
He
Sure.
can't see you, but he can hear you.
Okay.
He's not listening to you, but he can hear you.
Mancuda, by any chance were you wearing, as far as your eye problem, but you by any chance wearing Kiss makeup this weekend, and some of it could have gotten your eye?
Well, you know, Kiss is an icon, and we use that makeup every day, so it's not an everyday occurrence that it would be a problem. I mean,
I
I
didn't
wear
receive
that.
a
I wear
direct
that. I
deposit.
wear it all the time, all the time.
There was no direct deposit in my account, so no, he was not wearing any makeup.
The great Gene Simmons, everybody, otherwise known as Neanderthal.
Yeah.
There he is.
Let's see.
Where were we? That
Thank
guy
you,
hung
Nelson
up.
Rodriguez, coming out of the shadows to wish me to feel better. Thank you, Sherman and thank you, Sherman Callahan.
Sherman Callahan. Sherman Callahan. Channel members. Click that join button. We have the top tier, which are Dave Ennis, Vinyl Freak 5150, Mike Neese, who is
Those are
having
the
a
big
lot
bosses.
of fun. Oh, that dude, Mike Neese, is having a great time. He's also a top tier member over on Twitch. And he's been playing over there. We have these sound alerts where you can just like drop like crazy noises at any time. And he's just been dropping those while we do GTA. And it's just been insanity. Thank you, Mike Neese. Music Therapy Laz, Majestic PB and J Cat, Wayno, False Flag, Sherman Callahan, Andy Carson. I want to say that says Michael B. R. Habs.
You wrote it. How can you not read it?
Because I got the thing covering. Warlag. John, what does that say? Can you read that line?
There's R. Habs, Michael B., Warlag, and
Warlag.
The Chad, who we actually might have this Friday. He might be live with us this Friday on location from somewhere.
A truck stop glory
Wow.
hole, perhaps.
Lawrence Christensen.
That's where
where
he's
you'll be.
known as the Chode.
Ouch.
This is
Lenny
what your
Lou?
money gets you as an executive producer, folks.
Lenny Lou and Mary.
And
James-
prayers for Lenny Lou, a speedy
Yes.
recovery. She's got long COVID, and we wish her
Yikes.
well, of course.
Yeah,
It's still going on.
That is
Hope-
crap right there.
That is a nightmare.
Hope you guys are
And-
feeling better. James Gum, John Moronic, Paul Martin Woods, Stephen Franklin, Michael Smith, the captain, Thomas Santiago, Joe Christian, Demore Hawkins, David Allen Wright, and Steve Carmichael.
Steve Carmichael.
That's the top tier of channel members here on Johnny
Steve
Bean TV.
Carmichael.
Here on YouTube. Become a channel member. Click that join button. And let's say if you're like, who cares? You can try super
Who
chats.
cares?
Any super chats will change the color of my lights. Back here, Guitar More. And
Johnny, I was watching the news the other day, and
Johnny, he was watching the news.
Every time they say on the news, Russia may commit a false flag operation, all I keep thinking is Russia's going to change the lights in your Guitar More.
Russia's going to call you from Australia talking about a band that only he knows about.
Russia's going to give you money?
Putin on the phone. False flag is a good band, eh?
I'm committing false flag operation on talking guitars and it is metal live.
Moose and Squirrel will be doing false flag operation.
We like very much this David Crosby fellow.
False flag. There you are, man.
Hey, false flag.
There it is. False
operation. Red like communist Russia.
False flag. I'm so busy, guys. My boy is walking like a drunk. I adopted symmetry.
I
adopted symmetry. He hasn't been killed by a dingo yet.
Oh my gosh. Thank you, False Flag. There you are, man.
Nice.
What else? We're live on Facebook everywhere, and we can take phone calls. 415-952-3263.
No callers? Nobody?
There you go. And
Kurt with a C called up earlier.
Yes.
Yeah, good night, everybody.
Johnny, it's Kurt with a C.
Yeah, Mama Kuda goes to me. She's like, so are you going to go on the show with an eye patch today?
Oh.
I'm like that. Just like that, like the Kiss star eye patch. That would be funny. I'm like, no, I could still see. It's just like a blur of light, I could see out of, my right eye a bit, but wow.
John's new movie, Bukkake Monday, will be coming out in just a couple of weeks.
I did my own stunts.
Oh. Hi, Ellie.
Hi, Ellie. Speaking of cunts, delicious Bang energy drink. Are we boring you, Dan? Okay.
Bozique.
Thank you, Bozique.
Dane was very excited yesterday when he went by the store. He's very happy that we can start the show at 5 o'clock.
Yes,
we are officially
5 o'clock.
Yeah, we're
they're talking about keeping daylight savings time.
What do you mean? So that nobody changes the clocks?
They're working on that in Congress right now. They just passed something.
That's exactly what they should be doing.
I think now it's got to go to the Senate and then the president. But it was like, I think it was in Congress the other day, and it was unanimous. So it's like it's on its way. So
it's called House Bill Stop Fucking with the Clock.
What's really
funny? Why did they start that in the first place? Well, how'd that
This was a storyline on Veep when I was on Veep. This was part of a storyline that was a joke. Yeah.
Were you credited?
Yeah. No, I had talked about it. Anyway, no, this was a storyline. Was like they were trying to do away with daylight savings as one of the bills, but it was so funny at the time as a comedy storyline, and now it's like come to reality. So that's pretty fun.
See, we don't change here in Arizona. We don't change. Although I think they do on part of the res, like somewhere up on the eastern part of the res. I think they do change. I have no idea.
Now we're the same.
We are now, yeah. For until they switch the clocks again. So now we're all in Pacific time, except for.
I think if this does pass, it doesn't take place till 2023, I believe.
Well, time isn't real. So we've got that going for us.
Well, that's what they said in the DeLorean. Hellstorm says Mancuda stars in his new movie Bukkake Boys of Bollywood.
If it pays, if you ain't acting, you ain't working. So if it pays, he'll star in whatever it is.
What I got to do.
Yep.
Speaking of movies, guess what I did with Mama Kuda this week? There's a loaded question. Loaded, get it?
Let me guess. You watched 3 movies back to back.
Well, I'm going to tell you in a song.
Whoa.
My mother. I just saw West Side Story with my mother.
You're almost Bugs Bunnying it.
My mother. I just saw West Side Story with my mother. not over here, over here.
Over here.
Yeah, you're
Oof.
falling flat down here, not over here.
Leopold.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
so she
Leopold. Ooh, Leopold.
she goes to me the other day, we get home from some food shopping and she's like, oh, there's a movie on HBO. HP what? It's the most depressing.
She's like the slide guitar sound in Baker Street. Oh. Mancuda's mother's gonna say oh. Mancuda's mother's gonna say oh.
And so it was the Spielberg version of it, and it was Mom's singing along, and you know what the problem is? I never saw the original West Side Story, so this was my first exposure to it. But Mom knew all the songs, so she's singing them, and I'm recognizing the songs. So she's starting to sing them. I'm telling her to stop, and she won't stop. So I start parodying them, and because I know the music. Yeah. So then she's getting upset because I'm like, I'm doing her voice. I'm like, I feel horny. I'm so horny. I feel horny and ornery tonight. And I wish that my old pussy was still tight. John, stop that. You're ruining the movie. It's so sloppy. I need a moppy. It's all drippy from my lippies and mean. John! And my bush looks like a big tumbleweed in a ravine. You're ruining the movie for me. Yeah, it was a very cool film, though. I really did like it.
You saw it in the theater or you rented? Streaming?
No, it was on HBO.
Maybe that's what happened to your eyes.
Too much exposure to colors. Is that what it is?
You slept so much. Mike, wait, Mike Olson, thank you so much. And yeah, to get your name in green, click the join button. There's a join button below here on YouTube. Thank you so much.
Yeah, John, maybe you were sitting too close to the television when you were watching that.
I used to do that when I was a kid watching cartoons. I'd go right up to the fucking TV like all little kids. I had a bowl of like Cocoa Pebbles. I'm like right up to here. I'm like, that's me. There it is.
John Mancuda will soon like the cock.
He'll watch porno right up close. So close he's almost going back in the vagina.
Oh boy.
Yeah, no, I used to do that. I used
him
to
with my magic helmet.
Spear and magic helmet. Poke him in his fucking eye. Weighing down pus into Mancuda's eyes with my spear and magic helmet.
North winds blow. Mancuda blow.
Mancuda blow.
Hello, Ellie.
Oh, whoa, wish me. Let's see.
Yes,
Keith
magic
Campbell brings
helmet, and I'll give you a sample.
Here's a sample in your eye, fucker.
Welcome to the shop. Let me cut your mop.
Oh, you bush. Oh, you bush. I turn around and see your tush. There's your bush in your tush.
See, I try to do the best I can while paying respect to the cartoon. And it's almost like, I don't know which is worse. Like the talk about having sex with Mancuda's elderly mother, I'm all right with that. Disrespecting the memory and legacy of Mel Blanc, I can't do. I just can't.
Hey, listen, we're honoring him. We're keeping the fires burning.
I can't. That's like something about it. Like, I will make fun of just about anything, but there are certain people that are just a god among men, and Mel Blanc was a god among men. He was the fucking best.
Absolutely. He has 90% of my childhood.
Oh, he was
the rest of my childhood is abuse and sugar.
Yeah, it was traumatic that you have to show the guy in the court where you were touched.
He touched me on my spirit magic helmet.
Let me show you on the rhino.
How can you think about that for a second? Let's just go back with that for a second. We're talking about, in that cartoon, the spear and magic helmet. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding? I will get him with my spear and magic helmet. Spear and magic helmet. Spear and magic helmet.
Just a tip, Wabbit.
Magic helmet. I mean, you got to be shitting me. We were singing about a dick.
Elmer's helmet.
The spear and magic helmet song. Are you kidding me?
I've got the shaft
now
in my
you look back on it now. You go, those guys.
I've got
You
the
look back
shaft
on it
in
now.
my
Oh,
hands, Wabbit.
Yes. Yeah. How many times did we see Elmer Fudd with the golden helmet and the spear stabbing down in the hole? Come on, with his spear and magic helmet. Are you fucking kidding me? I will plunge my spear into the wabbit.
Comes the wabbit.
Oh boy. So wrong.
Keith Campbell brings up a great point. So through the movie, of course, my mother, who saw the original version of West Side Story, my mother is talking through and see the old lady there. That's Rita Morano. Is that her name?
Morano, yeah,
Morano. That's Rita Morano. She was in the original movie, one of the young girls, and now, and I'm like, she was in the Electric Company. That's how I remember her.
Yeah, that's what I remember her for.
Yeah, that's how I remember her. Hey, you guys!
By the way, another great cartoon from Kurt 5150, Daffy's Robin Hood, when he gets him with a bucket of quarter-staff, but I'm not telling him that.
Ho, turn, dodge, parry, spin, thrust. Got it.
Ho, turn, dodge, parry, spin, thrust.
Got it.
Yikes! And away!
Let's see.
I will get him with my trusty quarterstaff. Actually, it's a bucket of quarterstaff, but I'm not telling him that.
We didn't get that joke as a kid. Now you're like, oh, son of a bitch.
I get all the IRS jokes now that they made.
Yeah. when they would mix carrot juice and rabbit, and
the hard stuff,
all the hard stuff. Yeah, all the stuff with having to take the bicarbonate of soda shit after drinking the night before. Oh, my head. Like, what is he talking about? We know what he's talking about. Gets up the next morning. Why does he have a headache?
Head bugs?
Yeah. What happened last night?
I shouldn't have hit it so hard last night.
Well, you should have. Well, hit what? What's so hard? I'm 9. How do I get this? And now you're older. You're like, oh, son of a bitch. They were good. Spear and magic helmet. Everything was about the spear and magic helmet.
What happened to the earth-shattering kaboom? There should have been an earth-shattering kaboom.
Where's the kaboom?
Kaboom, kaboom, kaboom. Let's go back to my room. And let's welcome ADHD Sharp is a member of the Top of the World package now.
Whatever that means.
One of the
that's
does
Michael
that make
B.
him a big boss? Does that make him?
He's been a big boss. That I gotta change your name, man.
Sorry, I'm actually
Johnny's
doing
too busy counting the money to do the actual work of
actually
changing your name.
Work with the show. I'm ripping the autograph anthology to my hard drive, and I will switch from the autograph.
Symmetry is in the mid-gain package.
Yeah,
thank you.
What they're doing with Symmetry
and Warlag.
Warlag. You guys are all using your channel members. What you guys have. Is it top?
Johnny just made his car payment.
Yep,
Let's go.
That's exactly. I was just going to say, yeah. What the channel members are doing now are making sure Johnny's coffers are full.
Okay, so what those guys are doing, I see that.
By the way, Johnny's worth $650 billion.
Maybe.
Johnny Zuckerberg.
I saw it on the news. Right now, Putin is calling Johnny for money. Johnny, did you ever think of being oligarch? Oligarch Beane?
All right, so what Warlag, what Symmetry, and what ADHD Sharp, formerly Michael B, are doing, every channel member, every month, you get basically a free shout out, and that's what they're doing.
A tampon.
They're using their free shout outs.
Free shout outs.
In the chat. Murphy is doing it as well. There you go. So every channel member, you can all do that once a month.
Nice.
Okay.
That's pretty cool. Those are like very eye-catching shout-outs too, by the way.
Yeah.
Nice. Murphy. Symmetry. I'm a chicken hawk, and I eat chickens.
chickens.
Foghorn Leghorn was so great.
Nice boy, but he doesn't listen to a word you say.
This is a boy.
Boy, I say boy. It was based on an actual politician down in South Carolina back in the day.
Nice. R2
R2.
or 3 lucky
Doo-dah.
good.
Yeah.
Doo-dah. Hey,
Yeah.
dog. I say dog.
Dog. I say dog.
Yeah, nice boy, but doesn't listen to a word you hit. About as sharp as a sack of wet mud.
Yeah, I want to be in the pitch meeting now when they bring back Speedy Gonzalez and Pepe Le Pew. So okay, it's a skunk, but he's
really
a
rapey, really rapey.
And Speedy Gonzalez, he's a very fast illegal immigrant, always crossing over the border. Huh?
We're also going to do a series of cartoons where we have a southern redneck big hen who lets a dog run to the end of his leash and choke himself regularly.
It's sort of like hanging him, but not exactly.
For fun.
Huh?
And then we'll have
As
one
a
called
joke.
the gambling. They'll have one called the gambling bug, where there is these intricate forms of torture that you have to spin a wheel to get. The kids will love it.
Let's see, who's Johnny? Bring it up. There we go.
A
Eight-ball
penguin.
bunny.
The penguin.
Oh, I
Say,
remember
Matt,
that
can you
one.
help out? Can you help out a fellow who's down on his luck?
Hit the road.
Fucking the Humphrey Bogart just walking up to hand him a penguin.
Oh, look,
Wasn't
a
Humphrey
penguin.
Bogart in another one where he was like picking on was it Porky Pig?
The
Where-
Humphrey
where he's
Bogart
like-
one was just the one where he just walked
on.
on. He had the bad shave. Pardon me, fellow. Could you help out a fellow American who's down on his luck? And he just
I
flipping the
remember
quarter.
that
Hit the
one.
road.
I remember I remember that one, but it was another one where Elmer Fudd was a waiter and he's like, "Listen, buddy, I don't remember if he wanted a drink or soup or something, but and Elmer Fudd's like all nervous because it looks like he's get the shit kicked out of him. It's like, please, Mr. Bogart, please, no problem.
Yeah. I used to watch all those before school.
They're the greatest cartoons ever made. You could argue
They
it, but you'd be
literally
wrong.
are.
Nothing is better than those original Warner Brothers before they sold out. When they
They
sold out
literally
to Filmation,
Mhm.
that's when they took a huge shit. But the original ones, man, they were so good, and the animation was phenomenal, and you actually felt connected to the characters, and that's how good. That's why things like The Simpsons and Family Guy work, because the characters are so well developed that you actually believe that it's a real thing. Like when you see something shitty happen, like when they fuck with Mr. Herbert's dog, and they show him dragging himself along the ground with his hind legs. You're like, oh, that's so cruel. But it's a fucking cartoon. Relax, everybody. It's not real.
How many times has Brian been mangled, run over,
Yeah.
beat up, stabbed, shot?
Peter has shot his face off. You know?
Or the ones where they pretend they're doing Jackass.
Yeah, and they just
And they
kick
get in a shopping cart up on their roof and come down.
I mean, the whole idea of character development was perfected by the Warner Brothers cartoons. I mean, we all knew what Disney was. Disney was great, and but they didn't have any character. It was just, ho, I'm a mouse. Ho. There was no devious.
I'm not wearing pants.
Yeah,
Wait,
there was
I'm wearing
no
pants.
devious.
You're not wearing pants.
There was no devious plot for, the whole story. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wile E. Coyote, genius. Now, I'm not selling anything, nor am I working my way through school. I have come here to eat you. No use fighting. I am bigger, stronger, and I'm a genius. I will give you the customary 3 minutes to say your final prayers, and then I shall eat you. I mean, there was the idea
I've
that
said that to women at bars.
Yes, open Saskatchewan, open Saskatchewan, open Saskatoon.
Hassan Chop. How many times can you quote Warner Brothers cartoons?
Of course.
I bet we could do that all day and night and
Yes.
never run out of quotes.
Yep. I mean, and then the ancillary characters were just as good. Ralph Wolf, who was just Wile E. Coyote with a different name and a voice, but Ralph, because Wile E. Coyote only spoke in that one episode. The rest of the times it was Ralph Wolf. And they were the same fucking cartoon. There was no difference. But Ralph Wolf and Sam Sheepdog. Morning, Sam. Morning, Ralph. And they would punch in and beat the shit out of each other for 8 hours, realizing that it's what they did was just a job. The idea that a kid would understand that a wolf and a sheepdog were doing what they do, that it was in their nature to do what they do. They were teaching us this big moral lesson, and all we saw was a huge sheepdog punching the shit out of a wolf. We had no idea that they were teaching you that 8 hours is a bitch and you don't have to take work home with you.
What's really funny is even the characters that appeared just once or twice were just brilliant.
Why, Crusher? Well, come right in. Come right in.
Or just passing by.
I was just passing by, and I thought, well, let me just pin your shoulders here to the mat.
The Crusher!
I remember the one where Bugs was up in an airplane and he was crashing it, and there was like a little.
The gremlin. The gremlin.
Yeah, there's that little gremlin in there just messing with Bugs big time in that one.
Gremlin.
Yes.
Pismo Beach and all the clams we can eat.
And then, of course, Nature Boy. Unga bunga bunga, unga bunga bunga, bunga.
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 My finger in your bunga.
Unga bunga.
No,
Yes.
Just so
Yeah,
brilliant.
abracapocus. Hocus cadabra.
Oh dear. Did you drink this?
Wow.
And then of course,
I have never been more insulted in my whole life. I am going to live in the forest. Good day, sir.
and we got June, what's her name, was the voice of Witch Hazel when she runs into Bill Shakespeare.
The bobby pins flying everywhere.
And her bloomer show. And she's like, oh, I'm so modest. We didn't know what that was. That was June Forsythe, who was the voice of Rocket J. Squirrel. And then, of course,
remind me of Paul, my pet tarantula.
I don't mind, Granny. Here, drink this.
And of course, the immortal Vincent Price as the as the fucking the mad scientist with the huge head.
Yeah, that was a good one.
It was Gossamer's keeper.
I'll get
you rabbit.
Bit. Yeah. Oh dear. Why do they always want to do it the hard way?
split a hair.
But there were tons of episodes that nobody even watched. There were so many of them.
Oh yeah, there's some that like I have, and I think John does too. We've talked about this. I have the Golden Jubilee,
Golden Collection,
yeah, which is
I did too.
I think it's basically 28 DVDs. Each one would
big
like
box,
and with like each one with like 90 cartoons on them. So we've got like 3,000 of them, and there's some like I will tell you, I will occasionally skip a Sylvester and Tweety because those are just they don't really they're all pretty much, it's like watching a Shemp Three Stooges. It's the same one over and over and over.
I love Sylvester.
Some of them are good, some of them aren't, you know. But Tweety is annoying to me. That's one of the characters I don't really like. I'm not a huge fan of the Chicken Hawk. I didn't think that really. I just thought that was Tweety and a little more annoying. But
it's like Tweety if Tweety grew up in the hood.
Yeah, it was all right.
Tough and everything.
The Chicken Hawk was all right, but he was, it was. I love the documentary ones. You know, they're like, this is America in the 40s when they were showing like how the women are all building the tanks to go to war, and all those documentary ones were hilarious.
Well, do you remember one of the wartime ones was Bugs Bunny Nips the Nips? Do you remember that?
Yeah, when he was flying around.
You won't see that anymore.
No, because they show him take, he takes the flight helmet down and puts the glasses on and the big buck teeth, and it's like, oof.
It's like really racial stereotypes,
it's
which
super
was
racial.
1940s. That was
now, remember,
the mood
back
of
then
America.
Back then it was, it was that kind of propaganda where we were trying to paint them as, savages and stuff, and you don't realize that stuff doesn't play. And again, we didn't see the racial aspect of it as a kid. We just thought it was goofy looking. But now, as you look back on it, you go, "Oh boy, that was That was in poor taste.
Yeah. How many times is like, let's see, Bugs or someone dressed in blackface or something? It's like,
Yeah.
oh no.
The one where he goes to like in the middle of Africa and he puts the plates in his mouth and the rings on his neck
And the rings.
bone, and you're like, oh boy.
Yeah, that's not playing today, boys and
Oh,
girls. You won't
boy.
see that one on Cartoon Network.
I mean, again, I
Crazy.
didn't see it as racial at all.
We were
and
kids. We didn't.
we were
see
kids.
it.
We didn't know.
see that.
But now you're like, oh boy,
And
Oh,
it's just
boy.
like, Jesus, what were they
what
thinking?
the hell were we doing?
Let's see.
And we're still, and I still talk about, I still to this day could watch that cartoon and not see it as racial because I just
Thank you, Leo Safko.
wasn't my thing. I don't have
Yeah,
that
because we're
in
not
me.
looking for that. We're not
Yeah.
looking for that.
I don't
No,
have
it's
that in
just
me.
goofy.
But I can see
Hellstorm,
why
Hellstorm
people
says-
freak out though.
Hellstorm says Benny Hill, Looney Tunes, and the Three Stooges were the best shows. Three Stooges was okay. It got monotonous after a while. Looney Tunes was amazing, and of course, if you grew up around Benny Hill, you were a bad boy. But
I'll be honest with
I know
you.
I was.
Never got Benny Hill. Don't like
I
it.
love Benny Hill.
Don't
Well, you
like
know what?
Benny
You know
Hill.
what it was with Benny Hill. I loved the ones with the girls or with the speedy things with no voiceovers. When he sang
Yeah.
like a song, I was kind of bored with it. But when he'd
Yeah.
like walk over to the old bald guy and go
Yeah,
and
no.
like bend over with a broom and it went up some girl's ass and yeah.
Yeah.
I just
I mean,
thought
that
I thought it
fun
was
stuff.
I thought it was weak overall. I had already seen Monty Python, and they had done everything silly better. I thought that Benny Hill.
Nah,
was
Benny Hill added that sex element that the Monty Python didn't.
yeah,
he did.
Benny
He
Hill.
would always run into a half-naked woman somewhere or something.
Yeah, it did
He's
nothing
laying
for
in the
me.
hospital bed, and behind the curtains, the nurses are like next to him and stuff.
I
Yeah,
love that. Or he goes thinking he's gonna get a sponge bath, and he's like, and this big fat woman walks in like the Hulk, and he's like,
Yeah.
Let's see. Renus Pinkle's quoting one of my favorite ones. I am Elmer J. Fudd, millionaire. I own a mansion and a yacht. Again, I am Elmer J. Fudd, millionaire. I own a mansion and a yacht. Love that. Ricko Racka, Fire Bracka, Shish Boom Ba, Bugs Bunny,
Later, Brian.
Rah,
Lock that
rah,
door
rah.
for me.
Pismo Beach. Yeah, and make a left turn at Albuquerque.
it's funny because the first time I drove through Albuquerque, I'm like, motherfucker, it's a real
I'm making a
place.
left turn in Albuquerque.
It's literally the right. I should have stopped because it's the only place that's clean in Albuquerque is the interstate.
Bugs is responsible for putting Albuquerque on the map.
Essentially,
Nobody
yeah.
knew where Albuquerque was at, or
No.
even knowing.
Thank you, False Flag. I feel like I'm at the Johnny Lewis telethon because the money is rolling in. It's like Jerry Lewis, but not for sick kids. Johnny's sitting there with a little adding machine,
Oh no, we're sick. We're sick kids. Make
little
no mistake
visor.
about
Let's see.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
Benny
Paul.
Hill had some very sexy girls on there.
that. Yeah,
I
but
love that.
Carol Cleveland was pretty gorgeous from Monty Python.
But they didn't really like play with the sexual element of it.
With
were
her, they
pretty
did.
on
Sure they
Monty
did.
Python.
She
Not
just
like
was
Benny
the only,
Hill.
but she was the only one that was no. I mean, because the Benny Hill, that was the cheap joke.
I love the cheap joke.
I just,
I love the cheap joke.
I got bored with Benny Hill real fucking fast. I ended up watching Dave Allen at Large.
Oh, was that was the guy without the finger, right?
The guy missing the finger, yeah. He
Yeah,
was
and he's holding
like
a
a Welsh
drink and he's-
comedian.
He's
He's drinking the
holding
whole
a
time.
drink.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's holding a drink, like scotch on the rocks or something.
Yeah,
And
and he's
you know,
just
all I could see is that missing finger, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on there?
and he actually joked about it one night. He was talking about movies, about horror movies, and he was like, I've always been a big fan of The Curse of Dracula and The Curse of Frankenstein and The Curse of the 4.5 Fingers. And it was just, I was like, I had never seen anybody that had an amputated finger before.
I never had either. That was my
Yeah.
first exposure to it.
Yeah. And he's like a Welsh comedian or Irish, but I think he's Welsh. And he sat there in a chair, and it was a talk show, kind of like Fernwood Tonight or America Tonight. And it was like a talk show, but he told
Yeah.
stories, and the stories were fucking outstanding. They were really
Oh
good.
yeah, yeah. Even as a little kid, I liked them. I didn't understand half of it, but I was like,
Because he's a great storyteller, and you were engaged. You were like, "Oh, just tell me another story, Uncle Dave." And then the audience was laughing, so you were like, "Oh, that must be funny."
Well, watching the English laugh was especially funny because it was like, oh, yeah.
And then they stop.
Yeah.
And they're like, "Joke's over. I will let you tell the rest of your story." Quite cool.
Go on, lad. Go on. Tell the story.
In fact, I had an opportunity to rewatch A Mighty Wind this week, and A Mighty
sounds
Wind.
like a Brussels sprouts production.
You've never seen A Mighty Wind?
I left one in the toilet the other day. I almost blew the seat off.
See, this is a mistake on your part. It's basically, this is Spinal Tap, but it's done. A guy that was the head of a folk record label dies, and his son Bob Balaban is setting up a tribute show to be put on television on like the public, broadcasting network. And he gets together all of these folk groups that his father produced back in the day. And one of them is like the Main Street Singers. And like Jane Lynch is one of them. Mary Gross is another one.
Lindy Lynch?
Paul Mooney is another one. Like they're all involved in this thing. And then, of course, there's the Folksmen, which is Christopher Guest, Michael McKean, and Harry Shearer. And then there's Mitch and Mickey, which is Catherine O'Hara and Eugene Levy. And it's fucking great. It's such a good movie. You find out that Jane Lynch was actually working in a porn theater doing, the ping pong ball trick when she found Jesus. And now her and her husband believe that their religion is based upon color, that all mankind is a frame of color. And they, of course, it's all deadpan like Spinal Tap. They take everything completely seriously, including the songs. And the songs are fucking fantastic. And if you haven't had a chance to see it, you really should, John. You'd like A Mighty Wind. You would get it.
Even I've seen
A
that.
Mighty Wind.
What?
Yeah.
Johnny, you've never seen anything. What are you talking about?
I've seen that one. I saw them on tour actually.
It's brilliant.
Oh, nice.
Spinal Tap did a tour and they did songs from that.
Well, the Folksmen
Nice.
opened up.
Well, I remember Spinal Tap's album Break Like the Wind. I remember that.
When they did a tour, their last tour that they did, and they had all these guest stars on there, like Joe Perry and Slash and Joe Satriani and shit. They all jammed with them. But they did this tour where they went around and Spinal Tap played, but the opening band was the Folksmen. And it was the three of them dressed up in the folk outfits playing all the folk stuff.
Oh, I saw them.
Really funny.
I saw them like 12, 13 years ago, and it was called Unwigged, and it was McKean, Guest, and Shearer, and they played Mighty Wind, Waiting for Guffman, Spinal Tap. They played all those songs just acoustically.
Best in Show,
yeah.
Yeah, it's all the same crew. It's
Best
that
in
whole
Show
Second
crew.
City.
Yeah, they've done
It's the
a
whole
bunch
Second
of
City
stuff.
people. And
My pharmacist yesterday looked like Eugene Levy. I almost told him he's like, so what's the problem with you? I almost said, I fucked a pie. I almost said that. I thought about it, but I decided to go straight because he's giving me something to put in my eye. Oh, did I give you that battery acid? Oh, you know what? Give me that back. I'm sorry. So close, Mancuda.
Brown toilet boats.
What is that, Keith Campbell? Lindy Lynch did something with colored ping pong balls? I can't see. So is that Lindy?
Jane Lynch is awesome.
Oh, Jane Lynch. Okay.
Jane Lynch is super, super talented, super weird, attractive.
Having my fantasy here.
She's weird, attractive. I know she's not playing for our team, but she's weird, attractive. Like when you see her in the 40-Year-Old Virgin, and she's the manager of the Circuit City that they all work in, and she's offering to bang Steve Carell. You're like, yeah, I would. I'd absolutely bang Jane Lynch. I'd absolutely bang Jane Lynch. Something about her is very, very sexy, very attractive. And because she's smart and funny and likable, that makes her even more attractive. Can't figure it out.
And Jesus Rapes Me brings up, this one's for you, Paul. I saw you talking about this on Facebook also. Wrestler Razor Ramon, also known as Scott Hall, rest in peace.
Yeah, he had a lot of problems. He was, for those that don't remember who Razor Ramon was, that was a character. Again, wrestling almost as racist, if not more racist, than the old Warner Brothers cartoons. Razor Ramon was a character that was supposed to be Cuban American, and he had the really heavy Cuban accent, and the greasy hair, and the Hawaiian shirt with the open chest, and the toothpick that he would flick at people, and it was just so racist. Razor Ramon. But the guy's real name was Scott Hall, and he went on to be on WCW as one of the NWO, and he was a very good bad guy wrestler. He made being bad guy wrestlers cool. He wasn't as good as Roddy Piper or Ric Flair, but he was very good.
Nobody could touch Roddy.
Roddy Piper and Ric Flair are the best bad guys in the history of wrestling.
Oh, yeah.
Roddy might be the greatest bad guy ever because you believed he was an asshole. Such a great character. But Razor Ramon was a good character too. He was kind of like the Cuban Magnificent Morocco. And when he, which by the way, if you haven't seen it later on, maybe even Johnny could bring it up because it's on YouTube. The Magnificent Morocco during a wrestling match on television eats a meatball sub. He's eating a sandwich right in the middle of a match. He goes over, takes a bite out of his sandwich, beats the shit out of the guy he's supposed to be beating on, goes back, takes another bite out of the sandwich. It's one of the funniest things I've ever seen on wrestling.
Nice.
But Scott had
It's
some
like
health
George
problems.
Costanza eating a corned beef sandwich during sex.
Kind of very similar. And he got really into drugs and painkillers for obvious reasons, because wrestling is a very painful. People don't consider it a sport, but it certainly is an athletic endeavor.
If you've ever seen the movie The Wrestler,
Yes.
which I highly recommend,
Yep.
you'll get the behind the scenes
Yeah.
pain of that sport.
I've done some gimmick matches in Memphis, and I will tell you, those guys train, and it's really hard to do. And they do get their asses beat on a nightly basis, and they don't have any health insurance. They don't have any of that, unionizing or any of that stuff like they do in football or baseball. And so Scott got into a lot of drugs, and another wrestler named Diamond Dallas Page is basically.
I remember Diamond Dallas.
Yeah, he helps wrestlers recover and rehab. He's helped Jake the Snake Roberts and a bunch of other guys. He got Scott Hall sober a couple of times because Scott just made bad decisions. But long story short, he had a hip replacement surgery on Saturday, 3 heart attacks while under anesthesia. And so they put him on life support and took him off yesterday afternoon. And he lived for like another 5 or 6 hours. And they thought maybe he might be able to pull through, but it was done. He was done.
I was involved years ago with a TV project with Kevin Nash and Mick Foley.
Right.
And they told me a lot of behind the scenes stuff.
Yeah.
They're like, think about it like this. You're jumping off a rope across the way, even though there's springs under this stage.
It's
that's,
3/4 inch plywood.
Padded. Yeah, it's still wood underneath, and it's still a 400-pound man,
Yep.
Hurtling through the air. It does a number on your knees and elbows. Trust me,
No, it's not good. I went and trained in Memphis, and I was gonna actually wrestle for Killer Kowalski in the 90s, but he was looking for good guys at the town. He looked at me and he said, "You're a heel. I'm looking for faces." And I was like, "Okay, Walter, thank you." Walter,
he looked at me. He said, "You're a nutsack."
Walter Kowalski. His Polish name was Wladek. But Walter Kowalski was Killer Kowalski, who was a wrestler back in the 50s and 60s and 70s. And he was like 6'7". Both his ears were cauliflowered. Big Polish guy. And he used to run a wrestling school out of Malden, Massachusetts. And he trained China, and he trained Triple H, and he trained Perry Saturn. I forget who else. But I think Buff Bagwell. I don't remember. But a whole bunch of these guys. And
John
he was...
Bell.
Yeah, John Biel.
Is that Buff Bagwell?
And he
Right
was
there.
Walter was
Yam Bagwell.
Walter was a nice guy unless you pissed him off. If you didn't show respect to wrestling, Walter would make you feel it. When I went to his gym, I watched him take a guy. I'm trying to think of if there's a human being I can compare him to. A huge actor. I don't know, John Goodman. Really big,
right there?
really big round guy.
David Crosby, no.
Walter, this guy didn't. No, he didn't do anything to Venus Pinkel to China. China looked like a man when this was before China did steroids. She still had dirty blonde hair. She still had the cleft lip, no tits at the time. But
Well, she fixed that problem.
yeah, she took care of all of that stuff. So when when this guy didn't take in wrestling, when you get hit, they call it a bump. And guy threw a forearm to this heavyset guy against the ropes, and the guy went back on the ropes and came back, and he didn't sell it well enough. And a sell is when you make the effort look more than it really was. Yeah, like if somebody, like when they hit you in the face, you're supposed to be like, "Oh my God, that was unbelievable. Don't do it. No more. That's selling the hit." So this guy didn't sell the bump the way he should have. Walter, who was probably in his 70s at the time, gets up out of his chair. Now, he's an old man at this point. He's like 6'7", 270 pounds. I'm 6'1", 275 pounds now. Back then, I was around 240. And Walter gets up, walks in the ring, takes this guy, holds his arm way back, and goes, and fucking clocks this guy across the throat. Now, mind you, this guy is paying Walter thousands of dollars to train him to be a professional wrestler. And Walter goes, if you're not going to sell the bump, then they're going to work stiff on you. And that means that they actually hit you. And there are some guys like Goldberg and a couple other guys who are not very good wrestlers, so they work stiff and they fucking hit you for real because that's the only way they know how to do it. And the pro has to take that shot and know how to roll with the punches. Again, these guys get hurt on a nightly basis.
Constantly
and Walter,
broken fingers.
And Walter fucking clocks this guy. I mean, just fucking lays him out. I was like, Jesus, man, sell it next time. It wasn't worth seeing this guy get fucking hit. But I'm kind of glad I didn't train because I would have been in worse shape than I am now. You know, I got arthritis and shit in my back and in my neck and stuff from football and boxing and sports, real sports. I can't imagine doing that every night. And by the way, 99% of the guys that wrestle professionally never make it to the WWE. They're working carnival shows, high school auditoriums. It really is. It's an incredibly difficult business to make money in unless you're very good at it. And even the guys that we say suck, you know, when you watch on television, you go, oh, that guy sucks. That guy's still one of the best at what he does in the world.
Hold on, Johnny's investing with his broker right now. Yeah, look, I've got a lot of money all of a sudden.
When I was like 18, 19, 20 even, I was as fanatical about wrestling as I am about guitars now.
Cool. Well, hey, you're on the air. Who's this?
Hey, how you doing, Johnny? It's Bozique.
Hey, Bozique.
So Bozique knows who I'm talking about.
2 quick points. I got a couple guitar things, but I wanted to mention a point about the wrestler who passed away, Scott Hall.
Yes.
We a couple guys I went to college with. Around the time WCW and WWF were still competing each other because they both had shows on Monday nights. Like late 90s, early 2000s when WCW was on the verge of closing because Vince McMahon was just kicking their butt in the ratings. They had come to town to do a Monday night show in Philly, and a couple of guys I was going to school with at the time, we all went to the show, and then afterwards we went to the Marriott to try to get autographs. You know, because the fans used to go wherever the guys were staying at the hotel bar to try to get autographs and stuff. And I happened to meet Scott Hall and his tag team partner at the time, Kevin Nash.
Right.
And man, those guys used to party hard.
Yeah,
Scott Hall was so drunk that when I went to shake his hand, like it took him like about 45 seconds to actually find my hand.
Yeah.
He was probably like seeing like 2 or 3 hands in front of him and was like aiming for the one in the middle.
Yep, no doubt.
So I mean, like it's no surprise that a lot of these guys are like passing away younger than rock stars because they're like, I mean, the wrestling dudes used to party hard big time.
Yep.
Another interesting fact about him was that when they first created the Razor Ramon character, as Paul was talking about earlier, Vince McMahon actually wanted to make him a soldier, like a G.I. Joe type gimmick, because he had been in the service before he became a wrestler. And at the time, he was really into Scarface. Like that was one of his favorite movies.
Sure,
I've seen that movie.
So he goes, yeah. So he goes in. He goes in for a pitch meeting, and he's like, "Look, I know you want me to be G.I. Joe." He's like, "If you want me to be G.I. Joe, I'll be the best damn G.I. Joe you want me to be. But let me ask you something, Vince. Have you ever seen Scarface?" And McMahon goes, "No, I haven't." He's like, "Well, say hello to the bad guy."
Yeah.
And that's how they created the character. The whole thing with the Razors was a cocaine reference.
Yep.
You basically, cut coke with a razor. I mean, he was basically Tony Montana.
Yeah.
Basically Tony Montana on steroids. That's what the character was.
Yeah,
anyway, so that's my quick Razor Ramon reference. But two quick guitar points. You were talking about the new Wolfgang Van Halen guitar earlier today because the information that dropped on the podcast he was on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was
I
masturbating
think
earlier.
that thing's coming out in January, because probably around Eddie's birthday. And I think, unless I'm mistaken, that's around the time NAMM is every year, like late January. So that's my wild guess on a release date.
Well, the thing is they pushed January's NAMM to June, so they're combining summer NAMM and winter NAMM this June in like a few months. So
this summer, but what about next year? I'm talking about January 2023. If they do a NAMM show, that would make the most sense. That's
right.
Just me speculating.
Yeah, it could.
Also,
that's what I've been thinking. If and when that guitar comes out, it'll probably be a year from now.
Which
That's
would put it good for winter NAMM.
I think it looks pretty cool. I might actually drop the money on that. Also, Fender's got a new version of that offset guitar, the Meteora they put out. The new colors on that are sick. I don't know if anybody's seen it, but it's worth checking out. I might buy one of those too. Those things look cool as hell. Anyway, that's all I got for you. I'll get back in front of my computer screen here. You guys take it easy. I'll be right back in front of my TV. Bye.
All right, we'll see you there. Goodbye.
Just remember, Bozique, bad times don't last forever. Bad guys do. That was one of the things that Scott Hall said when they brought him into it was his speech, his acceptance speech into the Wrestling Hall of Fame. And there was some question as to whether or not he was going to make it. So he got himself together. And but during his speech, he does this whole thing, hard work pays off, blah, blah, blah. And he said, bad times don't last forever. Bad guys do. And he's right. That character was one of the great characters in wrestling history.
And they wound up going with a soldier wrestler with Sergeant Slaughter. Well,
Sergeant Slaughter was long before that.
Eventually became a real G.I. Joe. As in the cartoon, the action figures. That's got to be cool.
Sergeant Slaughter was way before Razor Ramon. Sergeant Slaughter was in the 70s and 80s.
Well, definitely the 80s. I didn't know he was in the 70s.
Yeah, he's been around that long. Robert Remus. Robert Remus.
Ream Uranus.
I think it's RHEAUMUS or something like that.
We're gonna send Cobra back into their hiding hole. So, Johnny, was that the new Fender you just had on the 1 hour in? And now we'll talk about a guitar.
Yeah.
Was that?
You want to start talking about guitars? Just mention EVH guitars, and Johnny's all in. He posted like 3 videos yesterday from Guitar Center.
Well, this white one I recognize as the one Wolfie is playing on stage now on tours.
Yeah.
Which is very, very cool.
There was a podcast that was recorded a month ago, but it dropped yesterday from one of the guys from Foo Fighters, and Wolfgang officially announced the guitar and said what it's called and how the F hole is called an E hole, because if you look at it, it looks like an E for Edward.
Yeah, because I stick my dick in it and it goes Eee!
But yeah, so
how does that look like an E?
Huh?
How does that look like an E?
If you turn it, turn it like it's standing up.
It's the Ned Beatty edition.
Oh my gosh!
Come on, squeal!
Squeal now, you old sow!
Oh so yeah,
that's a very cool guitar.
Yeah.
It's a knockoff of an ES335. It's a nice looking guitar, but it's funny how those guitars are all coming back. The hollow bodies are coming back.
It's a smaller body than a 330. What did you say? 335?
335. Yeah, it's not really a smaller body than a 335. Not really.
Johnny, bring that image back up. It looks like it's.
You got to remember, it's on Wolfgang Van Halen.
It's a Wolfgang body shape. It's a Wolfgang body that's kind of 335'd.
Yeah, it's the
top horn looks like
it's made to look like a 335. I get that. I'm just saying a 335 looks like a wider guitar overall to me.
Not really. In that guitar configuration, no, that's built like a 335. It's just on
a good size for Wolfie because he's a big
Wolfgang
guy
is a big dude. So
yeah, Wolfie's a big guy for sure.
But those are all coming back. If you notice that, Dave Grohl plays a 335 now. Like that's all of a sudden the hollow body, F-hole guitar is making a comeback, which is fine. Everything goes in shifts, and maybe it's time for that style of guitar to come back. Remember, that's happened a couple of times with the Gretches. When Malcolm Young was playing Gretches, and obviously Brian Setzer and Billy Duffy and a couple of guys from Jet Boy and Hanoi Rocks, they were playing the big body, wide body Gretsch Country Gentleman or the White Falcon or whatever it is.
Stray Cats.
Yeah, and then those went away, and came the Jaguars and the Jag Stangs and all those,
I like those.
But those all came back, and then the Les Paul came back, and then the Les Paul went away, and the Shredder came back sort of.
Well,
with
the Les Paul came back with Slash brought the Les Paul back.
I understand that, but it's no longer the dominant guitar that was, that it used to be. Slash brought it back. It sold a shitload. Zakk Wylde sold a shitload. Ace Frehley sold a shitload. And then all of a sudden we started seeing the Kirk Hammett models and the Sinister Gates models and the 7-string models, and all that shit started to come. And now the pendulum is swinging back around to the bigger semi-hollow body, bigger body guitar. I mean, that's just sort of the cycle of guitar hipsterness. And when somebody like Dave Grohl is playing a 335, suddenly everybody
we'll
wants
see the White Falcon and the Penguin and all those big
the Country Gentleman
guitars.
and then,
Well, what happened
Lucille.
was Wolfgang was recording his record, and he borrowed one of his dad's 335s. And just fell in love with the guitar. He loved the sound.
Yep.
So he started playing one live, and then all the trolls on Twitter were saying, "Hey, why aren't you playing Wolfgang guitars? Just messing with him." Whereas behind the scenes, he was developing his own guitar, which is this. And I think it's great because it's branching out the EVH brand into different styles of guitar.
Yeah, that's a place Eddie would never have gone.
Yeah.
Remember, Les Paul did that too. Les Paul had a hollow body called the Les Paul Signature. That was it looked like an ES335. It was an offset. In fact, if you go and look up, Johnny, the old Les Paul Signature, and then put up that Wolfgang, they're very similar in body style, body shape. The Les Paul Signature
so you
hollow
got
body.
The new EVH that's a big hollow body guitar, and then you've got the new 5150 iconic amp that's made in China. How's Eddie feel about that? China.
I think that anytime you can get anything built anywhere for cheap money and get a high profit margin, and people will buy it. There was a point where people said they'd never pay $1,000 for a Mexican guitar, and here we are.
Yeah.
They'll never pay $1,000 for an Indonesian made guitar, and here we are. See?
Yeah,
that's pretty similar to the thing that Wolfgang is playing. A little bit more pronounced.
I still think that looks a little wider than Wolfie's, though. I do.
Oh yeah, it is.
It is.
Yeah,
it is.
Not
because that's a Wolfgang body shape. That's just kind of with 335
hollowed.
Yeah,
it's like hollowed.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. It looks a lot narrower than a 335, but I get it. I mean, I see what they're doing.
Yeah.
If you guys remember, a couple of weeks ago, my guitar of the week I brought on was one of the prototypes of a Gunslinger, and that had an F hole on one side of it. So it was like literally a Gunslinger, just half of it had a hollow in it. Had a little cavity in there, which sounds really good, actually.
Well, I had never owned a hollow body guitar until I came in contact with a Gretsch White Falcon, and now I own two of them because they're fucking outstanding guitars. It's a different sound. It's a round, deep, jazzy, clean sound. Yeah, it's the same sound you get out of an ES335, essentially. A little deeper body. The body's a little deeper on the Gretsch. But it's a beautiful, that rockabilly twang sound that you can only get from that kind of a guitar. I've really fallen in love with it. I love it. Plus the fact that it's a huge guitar, and most guitars feel like toys in my hands.
They're easy to play too.
Yeah. And they're just fun to play.
Is there ever going to be a time
if that becomes popular?
I was wondering if there's ever going to be a time in the future when Wolfgang ends up being more successful and more popular than his father ever was.
Nope. Nope.
Kind of like the Hank Williams Jr. thing or something.
No, you'll never. You can't. You just can't. That's like there's very few juniors that ever exceed the senior in that, and that's in anything, in acting, music, sports.
What about the actual EVH brand? He's putting new guitars out. They're putting new amps out. Is the brand, the EVH brand going with Fender going to get bigger and bigger? And
there will come a time.
The old stuff.
There will come a time if people start talking about EVH without saying the word Fender in the sentence, if they can separate the brands and people just call it EVH instead of Fender, because you just said it, the EVH brand and Fender. Fender is getting these sort of, they get co-opted on it because they're the people that agreed to build the guitars and amps for Edward Van Halen. There's a chance.
At Fender.
Yeah. So the chance of the brand itself surpassing, yeah, I mean, look, the Les Paul guitar is the most famous signature guitar ever built.
Sure.
A lot of people don't even know that Les Paul was an actual a guitar player. They've never heard his music.
He was?
They just know the guitar.
Wait, that was a guy?
And by the way, I should point out, just to put it out in the public eye, Hip Metalworks just said, I dig this show sometimes. It just gave me a wicked idea. Thanks, guys. If you're taking any ideas from this show,
call a lawyer.
Yeah, it's probably a really bad idea.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Are you tempted to like chase a roadrunner down the road into traffic? Don't do it, man. He's ordering from the Acme catalog and Anvil or something. Don't do it, man.
EVH has to get separated.
You'll shoot your eye out.
EVH needs to be separated from Fender for it to become a bigger brand, because it's always going to be considered under the Fender umbrella, because people they connect the two now. That company has to stop being associated with EVH, and Wolfgang and Matt have to take it to another company. You know what I mean? It has to go to another company for it to be its own thing. Otherwise, it'll always be just. By the way, Fender makes the best fucking amps on the planet for decades. I mean, the clean sound in a Fender is world, renowned. Fender amps are great. Everybody loves them, but they're going to get credit for clean. For clean. Yeah, they're going to get the credit.
Now they're going to have to keep technology is going to have to keep moving away from tubes, because I don't know if we're going to be getting tubes anymore, or else we're going to have to start making American-made
everything in the supply chain is fucked. Fact. We're all fucked. And make no mistake, if we go into war with China, forget about it. Just forget about amps.
I would say, to Dane's point, there will probably always be tubes, because what have we learned? They went solid state in the 80s. Randall made a great solid state amp. Marshall tried solid state. Yeah, Galen Kruger tried it. A lot of these companies did it. Crate, yeah. And it didn't take, because they couldn't replicate the warm tube sound. So what happened? Tube amps returned. They're doing the same thing with stomp boxes. I've got a Head Rush, one of those little Head Rush minis here for effects. I can tune this thing and digitally replicate any sound that is available in a pedal, but it's not a pedal. For whatever reason, that analog circuitry, just like the analog recording of a tape, because it's iron oxide, it's a physical particle being magnetized, you can't replicate that in the digital realm. And to some people's ears, that's always going to matter. So as long as there's money to be made in producing tube amps will continue to be made. I mean, that's really what it is. I mean, we cassettes are being made again.
What?
Why?
I didn't even hear this.
Oh yeah, cassettes are selling again. Bands are releasing music on cassette again. Why?
I had no idea.
Exactly. That's the point. Is as long as there's a market for it, and because guitar players are a lot like Harley Davidson riders, they like what they like and they want what they want. It may not be the best technology available or the most convenient or the cheapest. Like Harley Davidsons are not the greatest motorcycles technology wise, but there's a soul to them. And there's a reason why people are playing ES335s and Gretsch White Falcons and, whatever that, Wolfgang is doing the Hollow Body, because there's a certain soul attached to it. They've tried rosin guitar necks, but people want ebony and they want rosewood and they want wood and wire and real capacitors. There's a reason why people pay a shitload of money for a 50s and 60s Les Paul, Strat, Gretsch, Guild, whatever it is. There's something to be said for that. And I think that people will always want that.
What do you got there, Dane, my boy?
Aluminum neck, carbon fiber board.
Hi, Alice.
That neck is aluminum?
Yes.
So was it? It's painted wood color?
It's kind of a gold. It's cold right now.
Okay, so it's
100%
gold
So it won't stay in
colored.
tune.
So it's gold colored.
Yeah.
Aluminum necks aren't new though. Kramer did stainless steel and aluminum necks in the 70s.
In the 70s, yeah.
And the problem with them remains the same, is they don't stay in tune under hot lights. They're good in that room as long as you keep it in 75 or 80 degrees. Put that thing under hot lights where it gets to 115, 120 on stage.
Yeah, you won't be able to touch it.
Because it's metal, it
And
expands.
it's metal. It
contracts.
spans, and yeah, that thing will bow, and
It's
that's
like
the same
you might as
problem you
well
had
make a
with-
neck out of foreskin.
It's it's literally so temperature sensitive that's not going to stay in tune unless it's in the right conditions.
Why is your guitar neck shrinking? It's cold.
Well, who makes that, Dane?
I believe the company, this was a guitar I bought from Ignite. I believe it's Illuminati.
Spelled
the
with an
brand.
A?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an A.
Illuminati.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only problem with those guitars. It's the same thing with that kick guitar that you had. What was the name of that company?
Oh, Colas.
Yeah, the Kolos guitar. It's the same problem. It's a carbon fiber guitar, and they don't stay in tune. You take that thing, Dan, you tune that thing right now, right? Put it in tune, and then get a hair dryer and just hit it with a hair dryer for about 15 minutes up and down the neck, and then try and strum it. It'll be out of tune.
There's a video on McKnight's channel if anybody's interested in.
He does
watching
that,
it.
right?
He did that to that Colas. I don't know what.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
how much tomorrow for that?
During business hours.
$1,000.
Really?
He says it in passing.
I think he's joking.
$1,000.
It has a
Huh?
tag
What?
on it.
Oh, and the best news down here at the old Zim's Guitars.
That he's not,
facility
by the way,
today.
he's not doing a commercial for his store. Call him tomorrow
Jay
during
has
business hours.
kept the guitar I sent him. He kept it.
He did complain about it, though.
Yeah, he ate a few things, you say. He took it all apart, put it back together, and looked at every little tiny thing on it.
Jay,
He's like
you watching
Steve
this?
Vai. He takes apart the guitar.
Yeah, he's keeping the guitar. He's not shipping it back.
Jay, if you're watching
Jay,
this,
are you
what
watching?
are you going to do with that return label? Are you going to send Dane flowers or pizza or something? Or
Zims is talking about you.
So, so the EVH that he's sending me, because we traded guitars,
oh, you
I
did a
will
trade
have
on
it
that
for
one.
sale. So if
What-
any
what
of you guys
color?
want Jay's old
Cream.
guitar, I should have it Thursday, I think. So
It's a
next Tuesday, I'll
cream-
show you Jay's
Yeah,
old
it's a
guitar.
cream EVH special, Japanese special, I think.
Nice.
Yeah, we just did an even trade.
Well, we know it's a good
Almost
guitar
a
because
good guitar.
Jay kept it. By the way, 110 in the chat. Take a second, leave a thumbs up. If only for sympathy that I can only see like 10% of you right now.
Yeah, yeah. If people are just
Where
tuning
are
in,
ya?
let them know what's going on.
Yeah, if you're just tuning in and you're wondering why is Mancuda wearing glasses, I have an eye infection this week. So I can't see out of my left eye. And my right eye, I can only see like that much. So I can read the chat.
Your mother was
if I
right. It
look
will
at
make
a
you go
certain
blind.
way. It really will. And my palms, I just shaved this morning.
Yeah, understandable.
Yeah, so that's why I'm wearing glasses today. I'm blind for the next 10 days and I'm on medication and all sorts of fun stuff. So medication. So take a second, leave a thumbs up on the video because hey, why not? It costs you nothing, which is about what our show is worth.
Are you kidding me? This show's a gold mine. Johnny's been getting
Th-
paid.
Yeah, Johnny making bank. Rain in here for Johnny Beane.
Yep.
Oh yeah, by the way, Holly,
I should twerk. I should twerk.
You shouldn't twerk.
Holly Lewis, posters
Holly's in the
up.
house.
Mhm.
Holly Lewis. Her
Holly
poster's up.
Lewis, Tinkerman. There's your poster.
Holly in the house. Nice poster.
Johnny Beane.
Jay, are
is
you
the-
here?
King.
Johnny Beane is the
King,
NASCAR of the internet. Everything is available for sale.
Yeah, Jesus rapes me. Even with bang in my system, I will yawn because I have been able to get no sleep because my eyes are on fire. Try sleeping when you close your eyes and they are on fire. Like if you look at me, I am squinting right now.
Well, you
just
could close your eyes
look through
forever.
this. Yeah, I know.
Burn, baby, burn.
If I close my eyes forever, close your eyes.
Is that Lita? Lita? I can't see, damn it. I can't see, god damn it. I can't see. No, Craven Soda, it's not pink eye, but it is an eye infection. Rewind to the beginning of the show. We were speculating how I got it. There you go.
Gosh. Jay, are you watching?
I'm light sensitive, so I squint anyway whenever there's any light.
Right
Yeah.
now, today
I wear my sunglasses at night.
Ooh, it's a nice
true.
reference.
So
Nice
you
reference.
can, so you
So you
can.
can,
So I can.
yeah, so
Because
you
I
can.
can.
Keep track of visions in your mind. That's
Take
Is
it
that
in
the lyric?
can. I think so, right?
yeah. So
Why,
I can
why
keep
does
track of
why
the
lyric,
does
Dane.
fucking
my-
why
in my
does
mind.
Dane know the lyric to that song?
Because he's good like that.
That's weird. That's a strange one. Good for you. Good pull.
I wear my sunglasses at night so I can. Dane, what's the line?
Keep track of visions in my mind.
I wear my. It's Dane and I's duet.
I'm looking for my sunglasses.
Don't something with a guy in shades. Don't mess around with a guy in shades. Oh no, is that what it is? Is it?
Well,
Don't mess around with a guy in shades. Oh no. Yeah, I think it's the fucking. Or don't something with the guy. It's not don't mess around, but it's something like a real weird.
You guys
fucking,
play that song
What is the
Probably
lyric,
weekly,
Johnny?
wouldn't
What
you?
is the lyric to
once a
that?
week, maybe?
No.
Oh, okay.
All
That's
I know
not
is
considered
it
classic rock?
sounds like that though. Don't mess around with a guy in
Yeah,
jail, you know.
I don't know what the lyric is, but
But you could fill in like anything into that the way he sings it. It is an
Yeah,
underrated
I got
tune,
it.
Bozique.
you get the lyric.
What is it, Johnny?
It's
I wear my sunglasses at night.
Scroll down.
Don't switch the blade on
Don't,
Twitch.
don't masquerade with a guy in shades.
don't switch the blade on.
Don't
a guy in
masturbate with a
shades.
guy in
Yeah, don't
shades.
switch the blade on the guy in shades, but then it's don't masquerade with a guy in shades. Oh no, yeah.
Or don't be afraid.
And don't be
Wow.
afraid of the guy. Yeah, I don't know what that means. Because you got it made with a guy in shades. That's creepy. Like read that series of lyrics. Don't switch the blade. That means don't pull a knife on the guy, right? And then don't pretend or don't hide from the guy in shades. I can't believe it. Don't be afraid of the guy in shades. Now it's getting creepy. It can't escape you because you got it made with a guy in shades.
He's
this
trying to
is
get
what
a date. He's
it
seen
sounds
that
like-
I know,
before.
really.
this sounds like prison sex is what it sounds like. It really is creep.
I
That is really creepy.
masturbate
I mean, it's not as-
glasses at night.
I posted this on Facebook this week. Do you remember when MTV said, "Hey, Kiss, do Unplugged"? And Kiss was like, "Yeah, we'll do Unplugged." And they said, "Hey, why don't you do a reunion with Ace Frehley and Peter Criss?" And they
Wait,
said,
what? You want us to do what?
And they said, "Sure, we'll do a reunion with Ace Frehley and Peter Criss
we'll do it for a nominal
for a
fee.
nominal fee." And all of them come out, right? Remember this? All right, we're bringing the whole band out, and everybody comes out and they play. And what's the first song that they played all together? Before I had a baby, I didn't care anyway. I thought about the back door. I didn't know what to say. Hey, wait a minute. What are they talking about? So now I got a baby. She didn't want to do it, but she did anyway. So baby, please don't refuse. You know you've got nothing to lose. You got nothing to lose. We're talking about fucking the ass. Yeah, nothing. Talking about fucking the ass. That's what we're doing. Talking about fuck in the ass on MTV. Their very first song in Reunited was about butt sex. It was oh my God. They got away with it.
16!
They got away with it.
Where it ain't gonna be seen.
It was so, I can't believe nobody has complained about that song in all those
Pretty
years. The song is about anal sex. Ladies and gentlemen, MTV, please welcome Kiss. She didn't want to do it, but she did it anyway.
Yeah. Speaking of getting fucked in the ass, ladies and gentlemen, Ace Frehley and Peter Criss, who we took all the rights away to from their makeup and royalties.
And now we're screwing you. You know, we're screwing you. We are screwing. We're screwing you. Yeah, screwing.
How many people want to see me take away Peter's royalty?
I will tell you, they do, if you haven't watched it, when they do I Still Love You from one of the most underrated Kiss albums of all time, Creatures of the Night, they do I Still Love You. And Paul hits arguably, Paul Stanley hits arguably the greatest note of his singing career that night on that show. He hits the note in I Still Love You and carries it, and it's in key, and it's fucking perfect. And it's like, that was the moment where I sat back and went, oh my God, Paul Stanley really is a good singer when he wants to be.
Oh, he absolutely
is.
He
so
absolutely
rare. I mean, Gene has a very good voice too, and it's unique, and he does his own thing. But
thank you.
But that when he hits that note in that song, I was like, wow. Like that was a really, really amazing moment for me. It was like, as a singer, you sit there and you listen to it and you go, oh, Jesus, that was good. That was really good.
Oh, I like Paul's voice. I
do too. I think, you know, again, I've said this before, and I think it's not fair because I'm a huge Kiss fan. They all had unique voices. Ace's was awful, but that was the greatness of it, is that it was almost punk rock. It was so awful. But Peter might have had the greatest voice in the band. I mean, he had that Rod Stewart scratch thing going. It was filthy.
Well, Beth was a beautiful song.
But even the stuff that he sang, like Hooligan and Baby Driver, and I mean, and when he sings in Black Diamond, I mean, he's got this filth to his voice. And then his solo stuff is just so shitty. It's all like easy listening, like it's like soft rock ballads. It was awful. But the rock songs that he sang in Kiss were great songs. And Gene has a very unique voice, but he's in key. Like he's got good range and he's in key. And Paul, same thing. And they were so different, kind of like the Beatles.
Very much so.
By design, it was, you know, they wanted
I was
to make
about to say that was their intention.
Yeah.
It probably helped that he was sitting down on a chair. He wasn't running laps around.
Right.
And
Yeah.
stuff.
No, he was concentrating on singing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he crushes that note. I mean, really impressive. As good a note as anything Robert Plant has ever sung, or Steven Tyler has ever sung, or Jeff Tate has ever sung. It's a great note, and it's out there, and you say to yourself, how long is he going to hang on to this note? And he hangs on to it for the whole thing. And by the time he's done, you're like, fuck yeah, good for you. Yeah, it was really good. It was such really good.
There was only one person that did not like that performance, and that was Vinnie Vincent.
Well, of course, because he wrote part of those songs. Yeah. He was the only one that wasn't out there. We're going to bring the whole band up. We actually asked Vinnie to come, but he didn't show up. But I just thought it was the ballsiest.
Actually, I made a little mistake. I mailed out Vinnie Vincent's. I thought I mailed out Vinnie Vincent. All right, maybe I didn't mail this out.
Forgot to mail it.
Was Vinnie a session player in the 70s?
Yes, Vinnie. Well,
because
Vinnie Cusano.
He's in a video.
Vinnie was in another band, I think, like a doo-wop band, if I remember.
Yeah, Vinnie Cusano was a big songwriter before he became Vinnie Vincent.
Because there was that guy. There was that dude, Dan Hartman.
Yes.
Who did that song from Streets of Fire.
Yes.
But he did a song in the 70s. Yeah, but he did a song in the 70s, and then the video was Vinnie Vincent on guitar and G.E. Smith on bass.
Probably.
Was it the one where he's like looking all 70s, kind of really weird?
John Biel.
Yeah, it's very possible. I mean, Vinnie was around for a long time. And credit where credit is due. Vinnie Vincent Vinnie Vincent saved Kiss. He wrote hit songs for
He
that
did.
band.
He did save Kiss. Absolutely.
He wrote hit songs for that band in a time where they really needed hit songs. He is a very, very, very talented songwriter. He's a
But
very,
he was
very,
also, I
very
believe he was
fucked up
also in
human
a
being.
doo-wop band at one point, like to a ridiculous level. He was in a doo-wop band.
It's possible, yeah. I mean, no, he was a successful guy. I mean, Bob Kulick was in a bunch of different other bands too.
Sure.
You know, a lot of those guys.
And so was Bruce. So was
Yeah.
Bruce.
Bruce was in Blackjack
And
with Michael
Meatloaf.
Bolton.
There
Yeah,
he is.
there's Vinny in the back.
With the
G.
that porn
Smith.
star truck stop glory hole mustache.
Yeah. Yeah, and G. Smith on the right there, still looking like he needs to sneeze.
Oh boy.
Yeah, Dan
that the-
Hartman. Yeah.
Who's the guy with the afro on the left with the red shirt? It looks like he's getting goosed by Vinny.
He's
be.
one of the Hudson brothers, and it's time for the Hudson Brothers Razzle Dazzle Show
Hudson Brothers
Vinnie
Popcorn
Vincent,
Machine.
the Bear.
Well, that was the Harlem Globetrotters popcorn machine, I think.
The Bear was the Hudson Brothers
Yeah.
Razzle Dazzle Show.
No, those guys were
Wow.
Vinny was
That
Vinny
must
was
have been-
Yeah, when he was
successful singer.
disco.
Well,
Yeah,
keep
there
in
he
mind,
is.
Mick Mars was in bands before Motley Crue too. Mick Mars is like 20 years older than the other guys in Motley.
Oh yeah.
Not that.
But
much.
yeah,
I
have-
saw a photo today of
10
Mick
years older.
Mars. I saw a photo today of Mick Mars. They were talking about the set list for the stadium tour, which is set to go off this summer.
Yeah,
And they're
we'll
talking
see.
about it. Yeah, I know, right? They're talking about this saying, oh, it'll have a lot of deep cuts in it. It'll have a lot of surprises. And I'm not sure exactly what is on that set list, but I think the only surprise will be will Vince be able to sing, and will
He'll sing
Mick
30%
be
of it.
alive? Will Mick be alive? Because Johnny, bring up that photo, please. Because when you see this photo, Mick looks like the poor guy, and I
he's terrible.
love Mick Mars.
Sure.
He looks like he could barely stand for that photo. And
When was
Mick
this?
kicks ass, mind you.
He can't stand. I mean, he walks with
Blabbermouth.
cane.
Motley
He
Crue
walks with a
set
cane.
list. Does he?
What's the latest
Yeah.
on Mick's new solo album?
It's in the works. I
But
think.
yeah,
I think it's being processed. I think it's being edited and put together.
I have the Blackjack Record, which was the band that Michael Bolton and Bruce Kulick were in the 70s when Michael Bolton was a hard rock singer. Not to be confused with the band Blackjack that I think Billy Joel was in. It was a different band.
You know, the guys in Motley, they've had to tour and they've had to work with Vince the whole career, knowing that Vince was just sort of on the vocals. So why is
Yes.
it making any difference this
But,
coming summer?
but there's a difference. Vince was in the same way David Lee Roth was
Yeah,
not
he's a character.
singer, more of a yeller, more of a talker, and
Yeah.
a personality. But
Mhm.
now it's like really hard because Vince just doesn't know the lyrics, and he can't carry any.
Here's the
notes,
thing. Here's the
but-
difference between Vince and David Lee Roth. David Lee Roth never showed up for a show out of shape.
Oh yeah,
David Lee Roth
physically,
he took it seriously. He can't sing. By his own admission, he's not a great singer, and we would all agree with him. That's the one thing we can all agree on, including
Sure,
David Lee
sure.
Roth, is that he's not a great singer. But
He's an entertainer.
he's an amazing entertainer, an amazing showman, always showed up, and you never doubted you were going to get a great show from David Lee Roth. You can't say that about Vince Neil. Vince Neil shows up out of shape and winded and doesn't give 100% and walks off the stage in the middle of a set.
To
And
get an
there's
ice cream.
There's
So
just
but it
so
just
many
said
things
that
going on.
It just said that they're going to play some deep tracks, so maybe they're picking
And have a
tunes
bunch of
that are easier for
surprises.
him to sing. You know, they have to do "Girls, Girls, Girls," but that song
Well,
is
they have to
very
do the
hard
main.
to
They
sing.
have to do the main hits. They'll
Yeah.
always do that, but they'll probably take some some deep cuts rather than some second rate level songs that they usually would do. And Bozique is right. Mick Mars is a real pro, and he will absolutely be ready more than Vince Neil. I agree, but just look at the stance. Johnny, back off that photo a little bit. Just look at the stance, and Mick is wearing a jacket to kind of hide it. But look at it. He looks like he's ready to keel over, God forbid. I mean, just look at that. I mean, you know, and again, like Paulie said, Mick is 20 years older than the other guys. He has a fused spine. He's always had back problems, even, you know, back in the heyday. But now it's got to be like torture for the poor guy to stand. I would not be opposed if the guy just was given a chair and let him play his ass off, because Mick's a great player.
I want to answer Bozique's question, because he was asking about Michael Bolton and Blackjack, which is this band here that he was in with Bruce Kulick. I think he was still Michael Bolton, but he spelled it Bolton, which is his birth name, Bollotin. Bollotin was, I think that's how he is on the record. And wow, I didn't realize it. My copy of this is autographed by somebody. I believe that might be Bruce Kulick. It is Bruce Kulick. No, it's Bruce Kulick's autograph. I didn't realize that this was autograph. I had no idea. I forgot.
That adds a lot of value to that.
Maybe.
Not.
I saw him in Guitar Center one time, but I left him.
Bruce Kulick's in the fucking Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, so
talk to him. Oh,
I don't think he is
here.
Mick's got to be in his 70s. How old is Mick Mars?
He's got to be close to 70, if not 70.
No, he's got to be in his. I think he's in his 70s. I think.
Have you guys watched any of that Tommy and Pam on Hulu yet?
I haven't watched it, but I heard good things about it. Have you guys watched it?
Not interested.
You're not interested?
Nope.
Oh, I'm interested. I'm very interested in it. I love that story.
Did you actually see Did you actually see the actual
sex tape?
The porno tape that was?
Yeah. How do you think I got jizz in my eye right now?
I have it on DVD, like right here in my other room.
Yeah,
I have that one. I have Pam. I have Pam and Tommy. I have Pam and Vince.
Seen that. Burn me a copy.
Not Pam and Vince. Pam and Brett. Vince and Janine. I have that too.
I was about to say wasn't there a Pam and Brett one also?
Yeah, there's a Pam and Brett. Yeah, they're all on the same DVD.
Oh, that's making me think that Johnny's got to put up the Poison photo that you guys did Saturday of the.
There's one now of us of the.
Yeah, I heard everybody wants to bang me. I hear I'm the most bangable one on the Tuesday night show.
Actually, no. You know who's the cutie? Dane. Dane
looks like a crackcore.
Not according to the people in the chat.
Can somebody send me that, please?
I got the least amount of votes, and people say I look like a Karen.
Poison photo. Bring up the Tuesday night Poison photo.
I can't
read. They said I look like a mean bitch.
I can't read who's in the band
like
because it's purple. It's purple. I'm having
my photo looks the worst. I don't know what the fuck happened with my photo. You know what it is?
You know who you look like?
I'm in such dark light here. I look like who?
Wendy Jo Sperber.
Spermer?
Go Google Wendy Jo Sperber. That's who you look like.
Hold on, let's see. Hold on. By the way, Mick Mars is 70.
Add 3 years to that.
Joe, yeah, probably.
Mick almost looks like he has white, cost paint, like kiss paint on his face. Or is he wearing a mask?
Oh, yeah, I can see it, Paul. I can see it.
You look a little like Wendy Jo Sperber.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
Yeah.
I love the touch. Look what the Rhino dragged in. That's brilliant.
It was nice.
Once again, by the great Cobra Kai platoon. Shout out to you, brother. You are the best.
Yep, he's a genius.
Look at that photo, though, of Motley, look at Tommy and Nikki. They're the bookends.
They do.
They're the guys keeping it.
Well, they're holding up the other two.
They're holding them up.
They do a pretty good job of making Tommy look like he's there.
They're
because
leaning into
Tommy
him
looks
a
burnt
little
out these days.
bit. Yeah, they're leaning in a little bit in front of him.
Yeah, no, I'm just looking and
the rhythm section, the strength of the band.
Well, Vince is obviously covering up his bikini body there, so no question there on Mick, on Vince rather.
But Mick can't stand up. Like that's his skeleton is such that he's going to lean like that. That's part of the disease. The disease that he has, basically, your joints fuse. You lose the lubrication in your joints and you lose range of motion. And eventually he'll end up in a wheelchair like Stephen Hawking. although he may not live that long. Like he may not live to lose his
Well-
mobility. He may die before he totally loses his mobility. By the way, that would be a good thing. You don't want to.
No, it would not
you
be a
don't-
good thing.
No,
'cause
no,
we're
I'm
lo-
not saying. I don't want him to die. What I'm saying is, if there's a choice of him having to live his final years in pain, not being able to move in a wheelchair, or dying in his sleep before that happens, that's the lesser of two evils. You don't want
No,
the
I
guy to
disagree.
suffer.
Listen, Jason Becker makes it work. That guy's an inspiration to all of us. Shout
Different
out to
situation,
Jason.
total different situation, and I love Jason, and everybody knows it.
Of course.
Jason is the guy that gives
Friend of the
everybody
show.
hope. Gives everybody hope. He's fucking awesome.
Friend
Jason
of
is
the
a
show.
fucking. He's just awesome in every way. Couldn't be a bigger
Mhm.
fan.
Yeah, Jason's awesome. His family's awesome.
Yep, they're the greatest people in the world, and his story. If you haven't seen it, if you can get a copy of it, or I think it's streaming on one of the services, Jason Becker, Not Dead Yet. It's fucking outstanding. Just a great story.
And shout out to Colleen Gray, of course, for all she does for Jason.
Yeah.
But anyway, back to Motley Crue. So look, the stadium tour is at this point going to go on. I believe it starts in June, early June.
We'll see.
So it looks like it's still going on. Looks like it's going to happen.
We'll see.
And Tommy's tattoos look really good. He's probably a little bit upset that David Lee Roth canceled the whole tattoo cream that makes your tats all look new and fresh.
It
He's got
make
some
your
fresh tats
tits look
there.
nice. It rub cream on your tits. David Lee Roth tell me to rub cream on your tits.
Wait, what?
But Bozique, I think Jason's the longest living person with ALS.
Yeah, it's very possible.
I
Yeah.
believe so. I believe so.
Now, and
Longest living
again,
person.
and fucking awesome. I mean, talk about a guy who has the greatest attitude about all of that.
And he's still writing. He's still doing music. God bless him.
Not just music, great
Setting
music.
records. He's setting records.
Not just music, but great fucking music.
Yeah.
Nope.
Absolutely.
Couldn't be, whenever you're hearing somebody whine about stupid shit, just go, yeah, Jason Becker is still there. He gets up every morning and does his thing. He's fucking awesome.
Yeah. So there's the promo photo for the new Motley Crue.
So did they actually go stand in front of a green screen for that?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah. They're not in the middle of a football stadium. The football security be like, and you're who?
Yeah, okay, we're gonna fly into the Astrodome.
No, you're not Vince
so you
Neil. I've
guys
seen
can,
I've seen Vince Neil. I've seen Vince Neil in concert back in the day. You're not Vince Neil. No, man, I am Vince. And, yeah, prove it. Okay. Sing a little bit of Home Sweet Home. Come on, Vince. Remember the
I'm a
fucking words.
dreamer, Doc.
I blow coffee creamer and my heart of a toad. I had to run this way long so I wouldn't get bread mold. You're not Vince Neil. Get out. Vince, come on. You haven't learned the fucking words by now. I'm sorry.
That's actually better lyrics.
Yeah, I know, right?
All right,
Yes,
so you got
Vince
But-
is sucking it in. You can tell he's holding his breath right there.
Vince
He's got
is
it
wearing
sucked
like
in.
a steel belted girdle right now, I'm sure.
Let's all though acknowledge the fact that
Thanks.
when John Cena sat down to that piano in Peacemaker, we all knew what was coming.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That or I can't tell you, baby, what went wrong. Yeah, it was one of those two.
He's the one that called Dr. Meal Plan. He's the one that never leaves scraps behind.
who sent this? Thank you so much. All right,
What is it?
so you guys have seen
bag of money?
the one from a few weeks ago
Now that's the one from Saturday Night Live.
with those ladies. Now,
I'd totally bang Jay.
Oh, I want to fuck Jay now.
Yeah,
Jeez.
look at him. Yeah, look at him.
all right, so
Jay
here's
has never looked more prison desirable.
the other crew.
So here's Tuesday night. This is all of us. Now I look horrible.
Yep.
Because look, I'm.
And it's not even
Rather
me.
than-
It's
rather than
fucking Ernest
just
Borgnine.
Rather than just give a girl the beanie, it's like mixing hair with the beanie, and then I'm in low light, So I'm like half in the dark. I look like Zombie, like just a floating head. But look at Dane. Dane has never looked more fuckable in her life. Yeah.
I need to see his hands. Does he have man hands?
Look what the rhino dragged in, which I thought was brilliant.
Yeah,
What's
got
funny
that
is,
red
Paulie,
hair
on
and
yours-
that nice red puffy cheeks, right?
On yours, he used the Borgnine photo, which I thought
Yep.
was really funny.
Yeah, it's not even me. That's the
great.
beauty. It's the story of my life. I can't even get. I'm not even hot enough to get laid. They even have to. They had to bring in Ernest Borgnine to make me look sexy.
Nice. Hellstorm says I look like Alexis Arquette.
A little bit, yeah.
I think I look like Ann Wilson right now, the way she looks today.
Well, there's another one too.
A little peppermint patty in there.
There's another one as well.
There you go.
Wow.
I like how you can see like it's almost like I'm wearing a wig over the hat.
A little.
You look like you literally look like one of the guys that replaced one of the guys in Faster Pussycat.
It's a little Rosie O'Donnell.
You look like Fat Muscat.
I think I look like one of Miss Cleo's psychics. Do you want to find out about love?
Yeah,
and Johnny takes the photo down as I do the bit. Let's try it again, Johnny. Let's do it again. There we go. Do you want to find out about love? Do you need money? Call the Psychic Friends Network right now.
What accent is that, by the way? What accent? Please do me an idea of what accent that is. You're all over the fucking place with that accent.
Oh, it's the Jamaican Queens.
Jamaican, Irish, Scottish, English.
Chloe, right? Was not.
I miss Cleo. Miss Cleo.
Well,
Miss
they did
Cleo.
whiten your teeth, which was nice.
How dare
That's
you
great.
spit in my eye?
I look like what
That
you'd
explains
see
where the
if you
eye
look-
infection came
if
from.
You looked through the glory hole before you stuck your dick in. That's what you're gonna see right there.
Yeah, Mark Dillon says Dane looks like Leslie Mann. I want to fuck Leslie Mann. I don't want to fuck Dane. Sorry.
Well, thank you for that. I
You're welcome.
appreciate that.
Yeah. No, he doesn't
Let
look
my
like
freak
Leslie Mann.
flag fly.
It is creepy.
I look terrible.
Man,
in
I
that
used to
photo.
know this girl, and
I
had
like-
two
Well,
older
I know a
brothers.
lot of them.
She was smoking hot, but when I looked at her, I couldn't get past the two older brothers because they looked identical.
Oh, yeah, that's no good.
The Riazis.
Oh, those
her
them?
name was
Those
her
them?
last name was Riazi, and they used to own.
You messing
Riazi
around with my
Italian
sister?
Garden down in Tempe.
Meh.
Meh.
My sister's not
I
going with
couldn't
you,
get
man.
By the way, somebody please acknowledge Clayton James
Brother.
Hicks.
Clayton.
He's been telling us that it's tomorrow's Wolfgang's birthday for hours. Nobody has acknowledged it. I'm acknowledging you.
Clayton.
Wolfie's
Good
going
job,
to
Clayton.
become bigger than his father.
Nope,
Just,
never going to
just
happen.
a tip for you guys. If you're
Wolfie's
trying to
going
get our
become
attention in the
bigger
chat,
than his father ever was.
if you're trying to get our attention in the chat, highlight our name. That usually gets it a little better. And right now I can barely see, so I blame Johnny.
Clayton, thank you so much, man. And yes, we'll be live tomorrow on Twitch, celebrating Wolfgang's birthday and
He
giving
didn't
away
ask that.
another Funko Pop.
Jesus Rapesme brings something up that it's so bad that we're cropping the cast members into females to make them feel like they can get laid. He's right.
Nice. Jeff.
Yeah, I mean,
Davidson's-
I feel a little
says-
awkward looking at Johnny because I have a huge Tina Fey fetish.
oh, Johnny looks like Tina right there.
Yeah, he has a little bit of
Davidson
a-
says,
Those
Jeff
soft
Davidson says
eyes.
Dane looks like Nancy Wilson. I guess I look like Ann Wilson. I mean, this is
Oh.
heart right there.
Wait. You mean Mancy Wilson?
Oh,
Oh.
Thank you.
Oh, wait a second. Cobra Kai Platoon says, I tied with Johnny on Saturday.
No, I won. Actually, I won on Saturday night.
How
You
close
were-
did I come?
You were below me.
below me.
I blow you?
You were under me.
I blow
We-
you? I'm under you?
We did a poll Saturday night.
Does
You were
anybody?
under-
Does anybody?
I'm under
I
your
won.
Pole? Wait a minute. I'm under your pole? What are you talking about?
I won.
Yeah.
Does
Johnny's
anybody
got his
else think I
pole
look
on
like
top.
Natalie from The Facts of Life?
You take the good, you take the bad, you take them both. I look like Mrs. Garrett. Is this the new cast for a reboot of Facts of Life? That would be funny. Girls.
Boy, what a great. That is. Cobra Kai Platoon doesn't have a job, does he?
He's got the best job in the world, man.
That is something.
Wait, so
I
1,
look
2,
at bring up
3,
the other one.
I look
4,
easy.
5, 6.
Oh, that's the
7.
captain. I was like, who the hell is
Captain.
that? I was like trying to figure out who is. There's no
1, 2,
Caleb in
3,
here. Caleb will
4,
feel
5,
terrible. He's been left out.
Leo Safko says Mancuda has a cocksucker's mouth on that cover. Not just on that cover.
No. By the way, they did straighten Mancuda's teeth though for that picture.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, look at the
My
teeth.
snag-
You have a
my
nice.
snaggle tooth is gone.
Yeah, they cleaned it right up there.
Nice.
See how the bridge work and everything? It's very clean.
Bridge work. Nice.
I do. I look like Natalie from the Facts of Life. A combination of Natalie. I know this is gonna suck. And the chick that's married to fucking the chick from that '70s show.
Which chick is that?
Mila Kunis.
Oh, Mila Kunis. Okay.
I have a Mila Kunis thing going in that picture.
Rock Daddy says I look like a groupie trying to get backstage.
Hey, look, John's face. John, look to your left. Look to your
Think
left.
about it. Think about it.
Yeah,
There you go.
Look up a little bit.
Look up.
Your face blends perfectly with yours on the cover there.
Almost. It's a little more oblong in the picture. They made his face look like one of the oblongs.
Wait, if I do this,
Other way.
Other way.
Other way. Look up like this.
Look like it. Like assume
Wait.
the position you would at
Let
your
me see
glory
the
hole.
photo again, Johnny. Try again. Let's see. No, the other way. Okay. The fuck? I can't even see straight right now. My balance is off.
It's so weird.
I'm usually with my legs in the air like a proper whore.
Oh, wow.
Wow, man, so many gross.
Yep. Very gross.
Jeff K says, I loved you in Dead or Alive. You spin me around. You remember that? You spin me. Johnny,
I think
bring
that
the
guy
photo
just
back up.
died.
Bring the
He
photo
did.
back up.
Yeah, what was his name?
I don't remember. Something Pete, something.
Well, spotlight yourself, Johnny.
Spotlight.
You spin me right round, baby, right round, like a record, baby.
You know what, though? You do-
round.
You do look like Alexis Arquette now in the Wedding Singer.
Welcome, Jay Hannon, the great Jay Hannon of the band Gizmachi in the chat.
Oh crap.
We're
Jay.
ripping each other apart right now.
Still everybody's favorite. There he is.
Keith Campbell says I'm squinting more than Gilbert Godfrey tonight. Yeah, because I can barely see. Ow! I can't see a thing. Let's see. Let's see. Ted Sanchez says, John looks like the missing member of Haim. Mama Cass.
Yeah, that's another good one.
Mama Cass.
Gross.
Yeah, Jay says, here we go again. Yeah, those photos are the gift that keeps on giving, brother.
Mike Neese brings up a very good point. Host show is full of moose and squirrel.
Hello, Alice Martinez. Nice. Yeah, Leo Safko says I look like Lady Cleo, the astrologer. That's what I said, man.
She was black, by the way.
Miss Cleo was black, but
Yeah.
there were a couple of them. Music Therapy Laz wins the internet tonight. John looks like the cock blocker you have to get through to get to the cute girl.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, Johnny, put the photo back up. Yeah, totally. So you want to hang out with Melissa? Well, she's hanging with us. She's dancing tonight. Yeah, she can't leave. I'm driving her. I promised her I'd drive her home. No, you can't be alone with her. No.
Oh my god.
Bozique says Mancuta's blindness reminds me of a bumper sticker I saw in a car once. Van Halen, I can barely see the road.
Oh man.
That was great, Les. No, she's coming home in my car. In my car. Come on, let's go to the bathroom together. We need to talk. And no, you can't come in the ladies' room or my friend's mouth. I heard that. I heard what you were saying.
Go on, John. Finish the conversation in your head. You're just having a great old time for yourself.
You're pigs. You're all pigs.
But then the girlfriend says, "Yeah, but he's really cute and he's got a lot of cocaine."
Yeah, no, then we gotta send in whoever's taking the loss for the team. Whoever's taking it for the team. Oh, have you met my friend Mike? Mike? Who's that? Who's Mike? Well, Mike kind of has a thing for you. For me? Melissa, go for it. You haven't had a date in months.
Here's the thing: we're gonna get Mike really fucking drunk and then hook him up with this slam pig, and then we're never gonna let him forget it. That's what Mancuda looks like. In that picture, Mancuda looks like the girl that your buddies got you really, really drunk so that you can get your beer goggles on, and then you hold up that picture for the rest of your lives together. Hey, remember that? Hey, guys, remember Melissa?
She's a 10 at 2 and a 2 at 10.
Yep. You look at her. She's not Miss Right. She was Miss Right now.
She's that closing time chick. Last call at the bar.
Could you keep the lights down, please?
And I'm squinting just like I am now.
Of course you're beautiful. No, you're totally beautiful. What? Yeah. No, she's hot, dude. Dude, she's hot.
No,
dude, she's hot. Here,
really
dude, finish this shot. One more round.
Really
guys.
big
One more round.
tits.
Guys.
Shot.
Come on, everybody. Another round of shots. You want another one, right? This room. Go ahead. We'll have another one. Don't worry about it. It's not like you're going to get drunk, Dick. This chick's a sure thing.
Dude, she really wants to fuck you.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know, man.
Dude, you know what? Dude, just let her blow you. Let her blow you. It'll be cool. Dude, just let her blow you. Close your eyes. Who gives a shit?
I don't know, man.
Let her blow you. No, we're not going to hold it against you forever. Don't worry about it, man.
This up tomorrow?
We're not going to bring a picture of that chick to every bar we go to for the rest of our lives so that when you're trying to hit on a really hot chick, we'll be like, hey, look, this is your competition. You're good.
I mean,
you're at least better looking than this chick. Right? No, dude, she's hot. Dude, that chick puts out. You know why? She has to.
Yeah, but can you get AIDS from just a blowjob? Is that possible?
I don't know. Give me a blowjob and let me know.
Wow.
And you got to look like that photo, Dane. You got to look just like that photo.
Yeah, there are enough.
I want to.
I kind of look like Joe Biden's press secretary in that. A real Karen.
Oh, what's the name?
Jen Psaki?
Jen
Psaki is stacked, by the way.
Something about that chick.
No, she's super hot. She's super hot. There's something about her.
Hair. I'm not into
no, me neither. But
about her,
she's also got a huge rack.
Yeah, I'm all about her.
Yeah, she does.
All about her.
Got a huge
no,
rack.
she's pretty good looking. Granted, she's the kind of uppity. She's the uppity bitch that you don't want to. But I bet you get her.
Hot librarian,
dude. I guarantee you on your team.
You get her to the bar. I bet that chick can fucking throw down. She's Irish, I think.
I want her to go down, not throw down.
No, she's super hot.
Yeah, I like.
Granted,
if you're going out with her and you start dating other chicks like on the side, and
she'll kill you. She'll kill you.
She'll absolutely.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. There's no doubt about that.
She'll pull up with a Secret Service car and say, "I believe I heard him threaten the president."
Nope. I have a total thing for her.
Yeah, I like her.
Mm-hmm.
She's no, what's her name? Weintraub.
No, Milena Weintraub. Nobody is Milena Weintraub. Milena Weintraub.
Was it Melina? Milena Weintraub. All I know
Weintraub is this generation's Linda Carter. She's the best looking woman I've seen since
I've been
Linda
watching.
Carter.
I've been watching the AT&T commercials where she's on the giant screen
Oh.
over the city, like in Times Square, and she's like, "AT&T now, we have this new blah 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 with the iPhone and blah 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 blah," and I'm just like, tits, you're gorgeous, I want to make out with you.
She's
Yeah.
super hot, and
I love her.
not only that, she's super smart. She's
Love it.
super talented.
She's funny.
Yep. She's like philanthropic, and
She's got it all.
She's
man.
the total package. That so far,
she's that marriage material girl.
Yep.
You really hope to hold out.
That's
for.
the one you want to lock that one down.
And my
Not gonna
mother
be able
can't
to.
understand it. Mom's like, you and Paul always gush over this girl, and she looks so plain, this Lily. I'm like, well, it's not her real name. Well, I don't know. And she's Jewish, Mom.
Yeah, she is Jewish. Yep.
Well,
Askerbanian Jew, I think.
well, maybe. I know you like Gal Gadot. And...
She doesn't have a porno on Hamster.
No,
It'd be great if she did.
No,
It'd be great if she did, though.
I wish to God she did.
That's
I'd help her
deep fake.
make it in many ways. But
Yeah,
no,
it's a deep
she's
fake,
awesome.
but it's a good
She's
deep fake.
So awesome. I love her so much. God, I have such a crush on her. It's silly.
Oh no, she's gorgeous. She's perfect
Right?
in every way. She's perfect
Yeah.
in every way.
Beauty, brains, humor.
Got a steady job.
Got it all. Yeah, she's working. God bless her.
Yep, no, she's great. And John Mayer is fucking her. How weird is that?
Let's see.
I want
Rob
to say
says-
I want to say bad things about John Mayer, and I can't. Like John
out of
Mayer's
jealousy. Yeah,
he's a great guitar player. He's got a great sense of
together.
humor.
plays a pink guitar.
He's
can't
got a-
fault the guy.
Together.
Yeah, John Mayer is fucking too good for his own good. He's a great guitar player. He seems like a nice guy. He fucking makes fun of himself. He's in the
Yeah.
Grateful Dead.
He's humble.
Boy, KXM Rock just said. Beane says, "What are they talking about?"
Huh?
Who?
No.
AT&T girl. What?
Man, she was great. John Mayer is a
Only
great
I
example. John Mayer is a great example of a guy who has figured it out. He's not the best looking dude in the world. He's good looking enough.
He's a good-looking guy.
He's good looking enough. You know what I mean? He's good looking enough to get whatever he wants, and he's got talent.
And because of the PRS guitar, the Silver Sky,
Wow,
I
nice
actually
try.
listened to that last album that he put out a year ago.
He's a
And
phenomenal
I'm
guitar
kinda
player.
into it. It's pretty good. It's not bad.
He's a phenomenal guitar
Yeah,
player.
he's really good. Really
The thing is,
underrated.
he realizes he can sell 50,000 records as a guitar player or millions as a pop star. He gets it. He figured it. He knows exactly where his bread's buttered. Good for him.
I always say this, guys. If you get a chance to sell out, sell out.
Sell out.
Metallica did it. Never
Yeah.
looked back. Sell out. It's worth
Yeah.
it.
By the way, fun fact:
Green Day.
if you haven't done it yet, go grab. If you have a copy of Sonic Temple from the Cult, listen to a song called American Horse. And then after you listen to American Horse, put on the Black Album and listen to Wherever I'm, and then listen to Wherever I May Roam, and you'll notice some similarities. The producer was one Bob Rock, did both records. And Billy Duffy was talking about it in an interview about how Bob Rock will help you. One of the things that Bob Rock offers that Rick Rubin couldn't is that Bob Rock is a musician and Rick Rubin isn't. He's got a great set of ears, but he's not a musician. So when you have a hard time finishing a song or working through a song, Bob Rock can help you find that, that loose end and tie it up. So if you listen to American Horse from the Cult and you listen to the sound of it and the way the guitar line runs from Billy Duffy and then how the song kicks in, and then you listen to Wherever I May Roam on the Black Album, you'll hear very similar guitar line and the exact same drum intro and construction. They're very similar songs. He did it with the Cult. The guys in Metallica were dealing with writer's block, whatever it was. And Bob Rock said, I have an idea. And I guarantee
That
if
was
you
the
listen.
first Metallica song where I heard a harmony background vocal. Wherever I May Roam.
They doubled James' vocals a lot, but there was no harmonies. There was no.
No,
He was
it's a
never a.
harmony background vocal, and it's Jason singing along with him.
Jason.
By the way, speaking of Metallica,
Jason Newsted.
This is the 40th anniversary of Metallica's first concert. First concert was, let's see.
I think they opened for Armored Saint, didn't they?
It was 40 years ago.
March 14th, they were playing at Radio City. Not Radio City Music Hall, but like a place called Radio City. March 14th.
Was
Metallica,
that San Francisco or LA or?
I'm not sure.
It was probably in the LA area because after a while
they started in the Bay Area.
Let's see. Months before their recording debut on the first Metal Massacre compilation, where they were credited Metallica with 2 T's, which I think was kind of funny. This is when Ron McGovney was still their bass player before Cliff came on.
Radio City is in Anaheim.
Dave Mustaine was, of course, still their guitar player. They didn't get Kirk until a little later. So
their first guitar player was African American, a guy named Lloyd Grant.
I did not know that.
Yeah, Lloyd Grant was in the band before
Johnny,
Mustaine.
there's a concert flyer.
By the way, question in the chat from Craven Soda. In the Gretsch White Falcons, depending on which model you have, they started out with single coils in them, but then they put on they originally went with Filtertrons, which were humbucking pickups that predate the PAF from Gibson by a year. And then the Billy Duffy White Falcon actually has Seymour Duncan custom Filtertrons in them, but Filtertrons are what's in the White Falcon. The Filtertron pickup is they were the first humbucking pickups before the PAF.
And Jimmy Ray Hawkins, where you said Radio City was a few miles from you, where are you located, man?
Anaheim.
Okay, so it was in.
That's where Radio City is.
Okay, so
so Metallica's first gig was at Disneyland in the back in the Mickey Mouse house.
No. Scroll down. There's a flyer that shows like their literal first. Keep going.
Am I evil?
Look at the set list.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of punk songs.
No, it's all.
Only 2 originals of theirs.
Mm-hmm.
Jump into the fire.
Am I evil? That's Lars. Keep scrolling, Johnny. Johnny's got arthritis tonight.
Vimp 69. One of my White Falcons is a Billy Duffy. The other one is a 75.
There's a link in that story. I know there is.
Yeah. No, I saw it. It's just this website just sucks because it's nothing but pop-ups.
Yep.
And
Like ads for playing
with a question mark. Like if they get time, they're going to play it. It's on the list. If they have time, they're going to do that one.
Hang on.
Johnny keeps getting a pop-up of Grand Theft Auto on Twitch.
Yeah. Oh, there. Oh, I see what's going on. It's okay. It was the flyer was a part. Man, the site. Hang on. That flyer is a part of the Instagram, and it blabbermouth.
Yeah, Bozique. That's why those riffs, those AC/DC riffs, sound so clean, is because Filtertrons are much crisper. They have a crunchier, crisper sound than PAFs. PAFs are warmer, and they're being played in a hollow body, which has a fuller, rounder sound than the solid body PAF. Again, the wood is different. The guitar, the Gretsch is a maple guitar versus a mahogany guitar, so you're going to get different.
Morning wood. Does it affect the tone? If you haven't left the thumbs up on the video yet, please do. Do it right now. Do it now. There you go. That's the very first flyer for Metallica's first concert.
The first headlining show.
According to them, that's their first concert. That's their first time. I'm sure they're not counting the garage, but
One of these days, I can take you guys to the house they used to live in.
I used to.
Will the owners know, or are you gonna sneak us in the window like you did the Van Halen house?
I
you? Hi there, I'm Johnny Beane. You might recognize me from Twitch. 911. There you go.
I'm fighting this website just to.
That's all
Well,
right.
just close it. We made the point.
You got it. We got it. I'll move on. I'll move on to the next story anyway. I got another one I want to go through. Paul Stanley names his top 11 best singers of all time. So who do you guys if you guys read the article, raise your hand. Did you guys read this already? You did already. Dane? Dane! Oh boy. Unattending Dane. We're going to dock you for this hour.
Maybe
it's like that episode of Gary Shandling where Gary doesn't show up on stage and they keep playing the intro music. It's the Gary Shandling show. It's the Gary Shandling show. Nope, no Dane. Okay. Anyway, okay, Paul Stanley. Johnny, who do you think made the list of Paul Stanley's top best lead singers of all time? There's 11 of them.
Who do I think or no? Because I'm looking at it right now.
Oh, well, you fucked us. All right. Okay, let's go through it. Number 1, Robert Plant, Led Zeppelin. I think that's obvious choice, I think. Let's see. Steve Marriott of Small Faces and Humble Pie. I don't know where that one would have come in.
Steve Marriott is an amazing voice.
Yeah.
He has an amazing voice. Yeah, you just don't know him. You don't know he's the guy. Yeah, but he's a phenomenal singer, or was. He's dead now, but he was a phenomenal singer.
Freddie Mercury of Queen. I'd say that's an easy fit in.
Mm-hmm.
David Ruffin of the Temptations. That's an interesting choice.
Well, you got to remember Paul Stanley grew up.
Paul's older.
Paul's older. He listened to soul and R&B music growing up.
What list are we looking at?
Dave Ruffin of the Temptations.
David
oh my
Ruffin
God,
of the Temptations. I love him so much.
Give me a little Woody. Rod Stewart. I don't know where Rod Stewart. I never considered Rod Stewart like one of the greatest singers of all time.
You've never listened to the Jeff Beck group.
I've listened to Rod Stewart a lot.
He's on the first 2 Jeff Beck records, and he's phenomenal.
But come on, the best of all time. All time?
We're talking
about.
You
gotta admit that if you think I'm sexy, is a great
Paul Stanley.
And when I listened to Rod Stewart's voice back then, and Paul Stanley has a style that he likes. He likes Robert Plant and Steve Marriott and Rod Stewart all have very similar, gruff, bluesy, scratchy voices. Rod Stewart's voice on the first couple of Jeff Beck records is fantastic. I mean, Hot Legs is a great song. I mean, Maggie May. I mean, the guy was a great singer.
But would he have made your list of top 11 of all time?
Of all time? Probably not. Probably not mine. But go down that list.
Paul worked with some amazing contemporaries. Like I said, I could see Freddie Mercury and Robert Plant as a given. Then he picks Janis Joplin. I don't know if Janis Joplin I would have put on that list.
Rod Stewart replaced, I think, Steve Marriott in Faces. Or one way, or the other way around. I forget.
Paul Rogers of Bad Company.
Absolutely.
Free. Brad Delp of Boston. Brian Johnson of AC/DC. See, I wouldn't have put him
style.
I wouldn't have put that in there either.
It's a style.
Lou Gramm.
If you look at those voices, Brian Johnson, Lou Gramm, Janis Joplin, Rod Stewart, Steve Marriott, and Robert Plant all have a very similar timbre to their voice. There's that whiskey, little airy. There's an airiness to their voice. There's that, and then you've got Steve Perry's and the Brad Delps, and the Paul Rogers who have the pure tone to their voice, and Ann Wilson.
Strong falsetto.
Yeah, I mean, so
Ann Wilson of Heart rounds out the number 11.
Sure. No, this all makes sense.
I mean, obviously, I disagree with a lot of this list. I mean, I agree with some of it. Robert Plant, Freddie Mercury, and Steve Perry I could put in there, but the others aren't hitting it for me. No disrespect to them. I mean, they're all great singers, but the greatest
you're
of
not
all
73 years
time-
old.
No, but still, I don't think someone of a younger age is gonna choose Kurt Cobain is one of the greatest of all time.
Sure they are. That's the sad part.
Kurt Cobain is one of the greatest of all time.
To Johnny.
Yeah.
No, I mean there's a thing. It's a period correct thing. I mean, to me, the idea that Paul Stanley would leave somebody like Nat King Cole out of that list is ridiculous. Nat King Cole had one of the greatest pure voices in the history of music.
That's right, Tyler.
But he's not a rock singer. He's still a great singer. But if you're going to put David Ruffin in there, you should put Nat King Cole in there. Nat King Cole had a phenomenal voice. But
Nat King Cole sings quietly, and you never heard him go into a high register like Robert Plant goes into a high register.
High register doesn't necessarily.
Mercury goes into a high register.
That doesn't necessarily.
That
doesn't.
You can
High
see
register
why.
doesn't necessarily.
Frank Sinatra never had a high register, and he was a fucking great singer.
I mean, look, you could look at Jeff Tate and Mark Slaughter, but that doesn't mean they're the greatest of all time. Who do you guys in the chat think is missing from or belongs in a list of top 11 greatest of all time? I mean, I'm looking here on the
Rob
chat.
Halford,
Peter Rivera, Ronnie James Dio. Leo Safko thinks it's a pretty solid list. He agrees with you, Paulie.
Not bad. Yeah, it's not a bad list. I'm not a huge fan of Janis Joplin.
Tyler Kramer says Sammy Hagar. I agree with Steve Perry. Absolutely.
And they have ranges. They have a low range. They have their mid range. They can hit super high like a tenor. And
I don't think Janis Joplin belongs in there.
Vocal ranges.
Elvis Presley.
No, Elvis
Bon
was not a great.
Scott, Louis Armstrong, Gary Sharon.
Gary Sharon is a great singer, but not one of the greatest of all time.
He is, but not one of the greatest of all time. Scott Weiland.
Nope.
I mean, everyone agrees with Steve Perry. Bruce Dickinson. Quentin James says Mitch Malloy. What do you think, Paulie? Mitch Malloy?
Yes, of course.
Yes.
Lou Gramm has a great voice because he could sing quietly. And then he kicks up into the jukebox hero and just screams that shit out.
Lou Gramm is a great voice.
singer, but I don't think the greatest of all time.
Lou Gramm is one of the great rock singers of all time. He's not. I don't know if he's top 10.
He's top 50. He's top 50.
And I agree that Leo Safko brings up, he's not going to say Dio, Halford, Bruce Dickinson. He's not going to put those on his list because he's older. But you know what? Regardless of who he grew up on, those are his contemporaries. He knows their ability. David Coverdale.
Robert Plant is a contemporary.
James Brown, Jimi Hendrix, Elvis, Steven Tyler. Steven Tyler is not a bad choice. Tina Turner. Marvin Gaye.
You're missing a lot of those guys. You're missing the Smokey Robinsons of the world, and the Marvin Gayes of the world, and these soul singers.
Anyone for Michael Jackson?
No.
The greatest falsetto ever?
No. Frankie Valli is the greatest falsetto ever.
You need somebody's voice that just gives you chills when you hear it. Now, I remember being a little 12-year-old or something and hearing Dream On.
Stevie Nicks is horrible.
Okay? You listen to Dream On by Aerosmith. And
Stevie Nicks is a horrible singer.
I love Stevie Nicks.
Dream On.
I don't think she's one of the greatest of all time, but Steven Tyler might make that list.
And then when he goes into his high register, it would be like, oh, that just gives you chills. Rob Halford could do that shit. Jeff Tate could do that shit in Take Hold of the Flame.
There's a whole bunch of guys a whole bunch of people everybody's missing, but I would reference them and nobody would really, they don't have like Robin Zander is one of the greatest singers of all time. People don't know.
Whitney Houston, you're bringing up another. I mean, I agree with, the range and everything. I mean, we're talking a different genre, but I can't fight you on Whitney Houston.
Robin Zander is a phenomenal singer. Sass Jordan is a phenomenal singer.
Xander, I can give you.
Ian
I don't know
Astbury
if
is a phenomenal singer.
Greatest of all time.
But
Yngwie Malmsteen in the chat says Yngwie Malmsteen. BB King. Oh, I love BB King.
See, and the reason that Don Dock and everybody says he's no good anymore is because all he has anymore and all he'll ever try to use is his low register. He won't kick into the highs anymore.
Renus brings up a good one. Jim Gillette has that high register. There you go.
Yeah, but there. I mean, I'll throw another guy out there that most people don't reference, but Graham Bonnet is a great singer.
Yeah.
But one of the greatest of all time. Greatest of all time.
Well, I
mean,
that
brings up Mike Matevik. I love Mike Matevik.
I would say
I'm sorry. I'm listening to Yngwie's Marching Out and Jeff Scott Soto doing I Am a Viking and all the great tunes on that record. Jeff Scott Soto had it together back then. Super underrated.
Ma Rainey's Black Bottom.
Everybody's forgetting Ian Gillan.
Oh, yeah.
Good.
Ian Gillan's a phenomenal singer.
Good one.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's when you sit down and you think about it, you can come up with a bunch of names. And if you're talking about greatest of all time, though, I mean, shit. Why has nobody mentioned Paul fucking McCartney?
I was thinking Beatles, too.
Why? I mean, John Lennon, not a great singer. Can be, could be early on, but McCartney is a fucking phenomenal singer.
Right.
Mad Dog says Ann Wilson.
Sure.
On the list, I just don't know if I agree with it as all-time greatest.
Ann Wilson may be the greatest female rock singer in the history of music.
Right.
I mean, she is.
She probably is.
As good, and I hate to use gender, but that's the thing, is she's the best of the women. Bonnie Raitt can sing too. Pat Benatar. I was about to say Linda Ronstadt
as well.
Linda Ronstadt had a great voice in her day. There are some guys that are just,
Ozzy Osbourne.
And yeah, I mean, we could mention the guys of, the Ray Gillens of the world, but nobody knows who they are. Nobody knows who Ray Gillen is.
What's that guy? Oh, geez, I forget his name, but he sings that song. The Ace of Spades! The Ace of Spades! You know
Lemmy, when he sings rockabilly songs, is hilarious. It's so good. He's in key. It's a weird voice, but it's in key.
Yeah, I know. I love Lemmy. Yeah, Keith Campbell. Like I said, Pat Benatar, I think, gets one of my votes.
Yeah, Ian Gillan on that Machine Head album when he's singing Space Cowboy and some of that stuff. Holy
Quentin
crap.
James is right. Richie Kotzen is a guy that's under the radar that is as good. I mentioned because there was a story that came out that the guys in Soundgarden are considering playing music together again and considering playing some Soundgarden music. And there are only two guys on the planet that can do that job. One of them is Richie Kotzen. And the other, Dino Jalusic wouldn't be the right guy for that. His voice is too pure for Chris Cornell.
Well, I'm saying as far as covering for Ian Gillan.
Not Ian Gillan. Chris Cornell.
Chris Cornell. Okay.
Yeah, Soundgarden.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, so you would have, to me, it would be either Richie Kotzen or Ian Thornley from Big Wreck. Those are the two guys that were. Yes, Ray Charles is one of the greatest voices of all time. Alice Martinez, you're absolutely right.
Ray Charles, Vince Neil.
Ray could sing the blues.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Ray Charles had a phenomenal voice.
Nikki said Vince Neil. I'm sorry.
Now, Vince, on the very first record, when you listen to Livewire and he hits that high note, you're like, hey, that's good shit right there.
Because I'm alive. Ooh, Livewire. Because I'm alive. Livewire. I'm alive.
He had some fun, unique stuff about him.
No, look, I love when he's on. He's on. He just hasn't been on, and I don't think he's tried. Bono, that's an interesting choice. Cobra Kai platoon. Bono's a great
a great singer.
Yeah, I can't deny
Great
that.
singer.
And
No, he's a-
what about Frank Sinatra? Anybody?
I mentioned Frank
Yeah.
a while back, and yeah,
Okay.
Sammy
Yeah.
Davis Jr.
for a number
Michael
of people.
Sweet.
Michael Sweet has a great voice.
Who'd you say, Michael Sweet?
Yeah, he's a great voice.
Yeah, he's a good vocalist.
I mean, I'm
Yeah,
now I'm gonna start,
like-
I'm gonna start looking.
like
I'm
I
gonna
said,
start looking at my CDs and just go. I mean, we can pull. I mean, just having a range though, just having high range. I mean, Jim Gillette has range, but he can't sing for fucking to save his life. Mark Slaughter has great range, but he's not a great singer.
I love Mark Slaughter. I mean, Mark's one of my personal favorite top 10 vocalists of the 80s. I've talked about him on the show. I've said easily on my list, Mark Slaughter, Mike Mativic, who was it? Jeff Tate, Davey Vane. I like some of those guys that can hit that range strongly.
Everybody forgets Andrew Wood. Andrew Wood was a phenomenal singer.
I think
David Gilmour
Sting's a
had
better
one
writer than a
range.
singer.
Now I'm going to start looking.
How
No,
I mean,
believe
shit.
it or not,
I mean, Devin Townsend is a phenomenal singer, but nobody knows who he is.
I always loved John Wetton that did those first two Asia
Asia
albums.
records, yeah.
I like
love
his
John-
sister Melissa Wetton.
John
Wetton.
Wetton.
I mean, LeJean Witherspoon is a great singer, but nobody
Alice
knows who he is.
Cooper.
Alice Cooper. Funny thing, Christopher Live.
That's interesting.
Alice Cooper doesn't get credit for being as good as he is. But when you go
I
back
agree.
and you listen to some of his songs,
Listen
he's
to the
in
Last
key.
Temptation album.
He's a good singer. Roger
He's a
Daltrey's
great
an
singer.
interesting one too, Dan of New Jersey. Roger Daltrey is not what you would call a classic singer, but he's the right voice for Pete Townsend's songs. And that's the thing about Roger Daltrey. He's the right tool for the job, because Roger Daltrey's solo stuff doesn't work, doesn't hit. Roger Daltrey has released a number of solo records. Most people can't name a solo Roger Daltrey song.
No,
But when Roger Daltrey sings a song that Pete Townsend wrote, it's phenomenal. It fits like a glove. It is a great, great example of writing for the voice.
Taylor 315 agrees with me on Mike Mativic, the singer of Steelheart.
Yeah.
I
it's too
love it.
much.
Yep. Just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Right.
Jack Russell's always been one of my favorite singers. Christopher Sauer. Jack Russell's always been one of my favorite singers. He's very, very versatile. Stephen Franklin brings up Daryl Hall, who we were going to talk about anyway.
Great singer.
Nice segue. Daryl Hall for the here we go. Watch this. Daryl Hall, we were going to talk about, was actually asked to front Van Halen as well. Oh, and
It's an
Sean
old
Mahoney, I
story.
got to agree with you on Terry Lewis. He's great of XYZ. Daryl Hall was asked by Eddie Van Halen when Dave left to join Van Halen. He was one of those that got the invite. And he basically, look, I don't blame him for turning it down. I mean, Eddie basically said, kind of half jokingly, half serious, so what do you think about joining up with Van Halen? And Daryl's very convinced that he was serious, and I'm sure he was, because Eddie was fishing at that time. And Daryl's a great singer. Daryl was a great choice. But the fact is, Daryl Hall had a lot going on at the time with John Oates.
Yeah, he was at the time bigger than Van Halen. Hall and Oates were a hit machine.
I mean, they were
Holland
probably
Hagen.
as big. They were probably as big as Van Halen.
They were,
at that
big, they
time.
were bigger than Van
That was,
Halen.
that was during 1984. So like
They were
that was
still
given
bigger
a
than
lot
Van
of
Halen.
airplay.
They at that point, Hall and Oates were a household name across the board. Everybody knew who they were. Van Halen was one of the biggest rock bands on the planet. But Daryl Hall at the time, Hall and Oates were the biggest recording stars in America. They were fucking hit machines.
No, they had a lot of
everywhere.
hits, and they were MTV darlings also.
Yep,
as
they were
Van
absolute.
Halen was during that album.
They were bigger than Van Halen at the time. From a mainstream mass appeal, they were selling more records. They had number one records, number one hits. Yes, they were, James.
What year?
Yes, they were.
1984.
1984.
I mean, Van Halen had, Jump, Panama. Those were very, very, very hot and Hot for Teacher at that time. Those 3 songs alone. But Hall & Oates at that time probably had Private Eyes, Kiss on My List.
They had 10 of them.
Here we go. Rich Girl, Kiss on My List. Private Eyes, I Can't Go For That. Man Eater, Out of Touch. She's Gone, Sarah Smile. You Make My Dreams Come True. Say It Isn't So. Jesus Christ. Those
weren't all 1984, though.
No, but they were all massive hits.
Absolutely. No. They were a hit machine. Absolutely. I'm saying in 1984, I think they're probably on equal footing popularity wise.
I don't know about that, but okay.
I think at that time, Eddie was just going out, hitting parties. He'd run into musicians and say, "Hey, bro," because we know of 3 people now. Patty Smythe, right?
Patty Smythe of Scandal, who I
Mitch
think is an
Malloy.
odd choice. That was an odd choice. I don't know what
where he was out at parties. Hey, man, come join the band. We need a singer.
Well, I think at that time he was like really serious approaching people. Patty Smythe, I think, would have been a weird fit. I don't think that would have worked at all.
Well, it's interesting because she only had those 2 hits with Scandal, and then sort of disappeared.
Oh, I don't know what she was thinking. Other than Goodbye to You, I don't know any Scandal song.
Babies.
I mean, what do you?
Well,
think
The Warrior.
If you're in Scandal and you have a choice to front Van Halen, I don't know what the fuck you're thinking.
Well, she didn't want to do it because A, she was pregnant at the time, and B, she lived in New York and they were in LA, and she didn't want to move. And she had also heard about the legendary drugs. So she said,
"Yeah,
no.
Well, that's true. That's true. It
wouldn't have worked." She knew it wouldn't work.
Steve Perry also got asked. Steve Perry of Journey got asked, who, again, in my opinion, is one of the absolute top 10 greatest vocalists of all time.
Wrong guy for the job.
Definitely the wrong guy for the job. And he knew it. He turned it down literally because he was honored, but it was definitely not a right fit. Journey was the right fit for him. Solo was the right fit for him. Definitely not Van Halen. I mean, how do you figure that voice would
No,
fit
but all of that makes sense when you think about what Eddie Van Halen wanted to do. I mean, when he ended up producing that band, Private Life, and it does kind of make sense. I hate to say it, it lends credibility to if he was looking for a guy like Mitch Malloy to sing for that band, to make them sound even more like Foreigner, more like a top 40 mainstream, Yeah, you're right, Stephen Franklin. The Darryl Hall is old news. This is an old story.
Oh yeah, no, this is no revelation, but we're bringing it up because he brought it up recently, in an interview. So,
and by the way, we don't really talk much about how good a singer Sammy Hagar was prior to Van Halen. Those Montrose records sound great. He made a couple of great solo records. He had a 3 album. Terrific. Yeah, he had a 3-album run with VOA, 3 Lock Box, and Standing Hampton. That's as good as any band has ever put out for a 3-album run. Ted Templeman knew what he was doing, produced those records really well. Sammy's a great singer. Sammy's a better singer than he is a songwriter. Sammy writes saccharin-fueled, diabetes-inducing, sugar-coated pop sludge. But he can sing anything. You give him a Little Feat song, you give him a good blues song, you give him, The Who, you give him any song, and Sammy can sing anything. Can't write songs very well as a solo artist. But with Van Halen, again, that was a great, a fortuitous chemistry match that worked for a while. And Sammy doesn't get credit for being one of the great rock vocalists of his era. But he is.
What's really funny about that choice, mixing with Van Halen, was I remember hearing the announcement live on the radio that Sammy had been picked for Van Halen. And I was like, initially when Dave left, I was like, who the fuck are they going to get to replace David Lee Roth? They're never going to get anyone. And when they said Sammy, my first thought was, wow, that's a really good choice. I loved Sammy Hagar, and
here's the thing:
I thought it would blend in well. I really did.
It was a really good choice until I heard "Why Can't This Be Love," and then I went, "Oh no!" if this is what it's going to sound like, fuck. Because I think Why Can't This Be Love is one of the worst songs they wrote with Sammy. Then I put on,
I
yes,
love that
absolutely. No, I think it's a piece of pop shit.
That's my Van Halen.
That
that's
that
said,
that album was the summer of '86. Absolutely.
It's
No,
kind of the same
Bozique.
feeling, that you got when A Different Kind of Truth came out, and the first song that we heard was Tattoo. We were kind of like, oh no.
Yeah, same thing. He's not there's no way in hell Sammy Hagar is a better lyricist than David Lee Roth. Sorry. That's
Better
not
vocalist.
true. He's a better vocalist, not a better lyricist. David Lee Roth wrote clever fucking lyrics. Hilarious, clever lyrics.
Was Dave writing?
He's a
all those
wordsmith.
lyrics, though?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. Dave is a great writer. He's a phenomenal writer.
Well,
Not a great
I
singer.
love all the little jokes hidden in.
Yes,
in the early stuff.
he's a wordsmith. You know,
Yeah.
David Lee Roth and Steven Tyler, and even to a lesser degree, Ted Nugent. Ted Nugent wrote a lot of fucking funny lyrics in some of his songs. Those guys are wordsmiths. And when you dig into the lyrics of what they're writing about, my God, is it fucking good. It's really good wordplay. And I would say there's no way in hell Sammy Hagar is a better lyricist than David Lee Roth. And I would also
think that
counter
might
with there's
have
no way in
gotten-
hell that David Lee Roth is anywhere near the singer that Sammy Hagar is.
I think that might have gotten in the way of that last Van Halen album, the Truth, what's that one called?
A Different Kind of Truth.
Different Kind of Truth. There was so much lyric content that you couldn't really wrap your head around it right away. Or Jump, when that was such a huge hit, it was very, very simple and you heard every word. But A Different Kind of Truth, I mean, Stay Frosty, that thing's like a 5-page book of lyrics. There's 10 pages of lyrics in that song.
But just
Can't
to
keep up.
finish my thought on the 5150 record, the first thing I heard on the record was Why Can't This Be Love? And I didn't like the giggle stick synthesizer solo in the middle there. And I just thought, it's got what it takes. Why can't this be love? Was so fucking cheesy. But
Oh, I loved it.
it was perfect 1985 cheesy. And then
Sick.
summer of 85, the single came out. And
Summer of '86.
okay. I was there.
I was a sperm, but I heard it.
The rest of the record, when they put on and I heard the beginning of Good Enough, and I heard that guitar riff and I heard him kick in, and then I heard Get Up, and then I heard, the rest of the record. I think that the first single in that situation had the potential to ruin it. Thankfully, things like Best of Both Worlds were on that record, and
Which is my
5150.
favorite Sammy
Yes.
song.
And
Absolutely.
even though I say that Sammy wrote some pop sludge, like Why Can't This Be Love, to me is an absolute piece of pop shit. On the other hand, Love Walks In and Dreams are phenomenal fucking songs. When Sammy hits it, he hits it. When he writes a great one, it's a great one. The problem is he throws 15 against the wall and 9 of them eat shit. But the other 6 are fucking fantastic songs. You know,
I love that whole album. That whole album was gold to me. That 5150. That was such a great album.
Yeah, I hated that one song.
You hated that.
Yes, I did. Absolutely.
I dig it. I mean, like I
Yeah.
said, Best of Both Worlds is my jam out of that album. But I mean, they were all good. It was just one of those playthrough albums that you're just so happy with. And look, I love a lot of the Hagar era songs too. I'm one of those guys that, I like both Dave and Sammy, the two different formulas, but as far as the 5150 album, I thought the whole thing was just a great, throw back at you when Dave came out with Steve Vai and, came out with Yankee Rose.
Oh,
I was
sure.
like, whoa. I was thinking the same thing. Dave, how are you going to get a band and come up with something as good as Van Halen? And then, came out that Yankee Rose video and I was like, fuck. But, Van Halen threw down with 5150. Great stuff, man, from both of them. God bless.
Yeah,
them.
no, for a good period of time from 1986, 85, 86 through 1991, both of those guys, both those bands put out phenomenal records.
Absolutely.
What was the most commercially successful Van Hagar tune? So we all know that the jump was
Finish What You Started, I think.
Now I can tell
Really?
you.
Over Dreams?
The biggest
the biggest one they had.
From
right now.
Van Hagen. Right now?
Was it right now?
Over Dreams? Really?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
They didn't have that one standout huge hit.
Sure they
that-
did.
They had a lot of hits, but they didn't have that one that just topped them all.
Sure they did.
Right now.
Right now was
did.
was a massive hit.
Think so?
But Finish
It
What You
was,
Started
it
is
was
the
a
one
big
that's still,
hit. I
still
just
getting
didn't know it was
played.
the biggest hit they did.
See, everybody's saying right now.
Jeff
Yeah, I'm looking
Davidson saying, "Why can't this show be
I was
loved?
there.
Well, except for
Why
right now.
can't this
peak-
show be good?"
yeah.
I remember it had a great video that went on with it, and I remember it, but it doesn't seem like I've heard it lately. I haven't heard it recently.
Right now, Dane is thinking about that music video.
When was the
And
last
thank
time
you,
I heard
Sherman
that song? And
Callahan.
it's been years.
Sherman.
Yeah, except for
Love the HIPAA.
right now only peaked at number 55 on the charts.
Yeah, that wasn't their biggest tune.
No, their biggest tune is
Pound Cake probably
Finish
did
What You
better.
Started was like number 2.
Well,
Yeah,
technically, they won video of the year for right now.
That doesn't make it their biggest
But-
hit. That make it
That
their
was a
biggest
cool
video.
That was a
But
cool video.
Finish What You Started was actually the theme song to a Valerie Bertinelli TV show.
that's
Right.
right.
On
Finish What You
CBS
Started is
called
their
Sydney.
biggest song with Hagar.
No nepotism there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, right now I think is a great song, but Finish What You Started is their biggest hit with Sammy. That still gets played. That's the most played Sammy Hagar Van Halen song in America every day. Gets played everywhere. It's fucking amazing. It's because it's not a Van Halen song. It's a great pop song.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just it's not it doesn't sound like Van Halen. It just sounds like, again, there's a great example of chemistry, fortuitous
It's
chemistry.
everything.
Sammy
it's a
begging
great
for
song.
sex. Come on, baby.
Finish
About
What You
Blue Balls.
Started. Finish What You Started. It's pop. It's country. It's blues. It's rock.
Uh-huh.
It's twang.
It's everything.
Yeah, no,
Twang.
it's a great song.
When they were on tour for Monsters of Rock, that was the first song they played for the Scorpions, just to freak them out. And the
Yeah, no, it's-
Scorpions couldn't
great
believe
fucking
that was
song.
Van Halen.
Neither could I.
No, it's a pretty fucking amazing song. When you hear that and you realize that it was, I get the same feeling to me right now. I mean, not right now, excuse me. Finish What You Started is with Sammy Hagar. What Dance the Night Away is with David Lee Roth, an unexpected pop motherfucker. When you hear Dance the Night Away, you can't believe that that's Van Halen on their second record writing a pop song like that. That is just a stunningly good pop song.
Eddie and Alex hated that song.
Which one?
It's a
Dance the Night Away.
huge hit.
I'm not a fan of it.
Oh, it's a huge song.
I will agree with Hellstorm though. Humans Being is a very underrated song. I'll agree with that.
It's an interesting song. I
Yeah.
don't know that it's a great song. It's an all right song.
I think Helen Hunt might have killed that one for him.
No, finish What You Started it's funny because it's the song that everybody knows, and sometimes you have to tell them it's Van Halen. Everyone knows that song. It's fucking everywhere. It's everywhere. It's in the fucking supermarket. It's in your dentist's office. It's on your favorite rock station. It was a television thing. It's everywhere. It's a fantastic crossover song.
Come on, baby, please.
It's a great song, and Sammy's vocal is fantastic in it.
Yeah.
But Dance the Night Away is the similar thing to that, whereas you just heard, You Really Got Me, Ain't Talking About Love, Running with the Devil, Atomic Punk. You're like, yeah. They open with, covering Linda Ronstadt's You're No Good.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second song, all of a sudden you hear this little cowbell and this thing and this really nice little guitar line. And you're like, oh my God, what a fucking huge pop. The hook on that thing is again, diabetes
Really
inducing.
infectious.
But Jesus Christ, man, you can't have a bad day hearing that song. It works
And
great.
the way
Watch
that
me.
Roth
You
could have
watch
that
me.
little squeak at the end of a certain line, he'd go, He'd have
Yeah.
that funny little squeak that nobody else could really do.
It's really
And
a
he
good.
can't even do it anymore. But
It's really a great song. And that's the thing that Van Halen had over most of their contemporaries, with the exception of Def Leppard and Foreigner. And that is they had the ability to be a great hard rock band and write great pop songs with almost every singer. I mean, they wrote a couple of great pop songs with Gary too. I mean, Without You's a great song. Fire in the Hole's a great song. You know, they had their moments, but that's it. 2 songs. And even Fire in the Hole was kind of a weak one overall. Yep, Ned is down. He is down.
He's down.
so
He's
you
down.
have Jump, you have Dance the Night Away. What's Roth's with Van Halen, like their third most poppy freaking
Either Panama or Hot for Teacher.
Wow,
Their biggest
Oh,
song, believe it
yeah.
or not, the biggest song that researches from Van Halen, and I do this for a living. It's the strangest thing. It's Eruption. It's always
Really?
Eruption. It's always Eruption.
Really? I'm
Yep.
surprised at that.
That's what comes back. Eruption.
Like if you go on Spotify and you count views, Eruption's
You go
got
if
more
you ask listeners, you play when they do research. This I'll tell you how they. When you listen to your favorite radio station, they spend tens of thousands of dollars, sometimes hundreds of thousands of dollars a year researching what music they should play. They ask that. Sometimes you get the phone research, sometimes you get a survey, whatever it is. They ask people who are likely to listen to your radio station, fans of that style of music within a certain age range, what music they like. They put them in an auditorium and they take 500 hooks, and that is the most popular part of a song.
500 hookers?
And you have a little dial. And if you
Not
like
that
the song, you turn the dial up. If you don't like the song, you turn it down. And there's literally like an EKG. It's a fucking science. And there's literally an EKG on a screen that we see in a room. While the music is being played, you can see, and they break it down to people who are big fans of your show or of your station, people who are rock fans overall in the market, people who don't listen to your show at all, people, your station, don't listen to your station at all, people who you share with other radio stations that are like their favorite station, and all these lines intersect. And then when it's all said and done, all of that shit gets put into a computer, and an algorithm comes out and says, these are the songs that your audience likes the most. These are the songs that the general audience in the market likes the most. These are the songs that people who listen to your biggest competing station like the most, but may not like on your station. These are the songs that are compatible with your radio station. And everybody sits down and they take the top 400 or 500 songs and they narrow it down to about 300 songs. And those are the songs that you hear for about 6 months on your favorite radio station. And then they do it all over again 4 or 5 months later.
I'm looking. Bo Zeke just sent us the top 10 Billboard hits for Van Halen, and I'm a little confused on the list though, because I don't see "Hot for Teacher" on there, and I do see. I
don't know where'd you get that list, Bo Zeke? Where'd you get that list from?
It looks a little off. And "Pretty Woman," I can't see that being bigger than "Hot for Teacher."
Pretty Woman gets played a lot.
Pretty Woman was their very first single.
Yeah, that was a big hit.
Really?
Where did you get that list, Bo Zeke?
They were in the top 10 with Pretty Woman when that came out, and that forced them to make Diver Down.
But as big as "Hot for Teacher" was, I don't see it on that list. I'm surprised, especially since "I'll Wait" is number 7. I love "I'll Wait." That's like a personal favorite of mine. And yet I don't see "Hot for Teacher" on that list, which I'm pretty sure was bigger than "I'll Wait."
Andy Gogo, it's not just radio. You hear it at football stadiums. They do the same research. Supermarkets do the same research. Those songs are everywhere because everyone loves them. That's the game. The game is, it's like McDonald's. McDonald's doesn't serve pizza. McDonald's does what McDonald's does. They give you what you want. It's an audience
Food poisoning and diarrhea.
It's an audience. No, that's Chipotle, which is owned by McDonald's.
Touche.
Wow.
Every business researches how to keep customers. Stores, retail stores, television, football stadiums. That's why in between plays or when you're watching Monday Night Football, when they go to commercial, hey, man, I like that song. Of course you do. They fucking researched it. We like what we like.
What's your number 11 on that list? There was 10 songs there. What would you guess would be number 11?
On the Van Halen?
I'm going to say you really got me.
Well, You Really Got Me gets put together with Eruption.
I would put Hot for Teacher on there since it's not on there.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to see. Did we get an answer from Bozique where he got that list?
He said he posted a link. Let's see. Where did you post the link?
I think I saw something where Rolling Stone magazine has their new top 100 greatest songwriters of all time, which might be
I don't see the link.
Might be fun to look at one of these Tuesdays.
It might. Well,
and we can argue about songwriters.
Always something to argue.
You want to talk about songwriters? Jesus Christ, Bruce Coburn.
Well, they've got
Jesus Christ, absolutely
I'm
great.
just going to tell you right now, they've got
Carpenter too.
Bob Dylan as number 1. So
how does it feel?
Out of all the songwriters in the world, right?
When you're on your own,
in the history of the world. You got
well, that's
like a rolling stone. How does it feel?
I think they just are giving him so much credit, Bob Dylan, because he wrote the Manfred Mann hit song.
No, he did not. Bruce Springsteen wrote that.
Oh,
Zeke, where is this link?
What was he?
He wrote All Along the Watchtower.
Is that what got him to be number 1?
No. No, Bob Dylan was a prolific singer-songwriter back in the 60s, but most people can't name more than 3 Bob Dylan songs. All Along the Watchtower, Knocking on Heaven's Door.
Lay Lady Lay.
Lay Lady Lay was pretty big. Rainy Day Women.
Lay upon my big
Am I the only one not seeing Bozique?
I don't see it either. Yeah, I don't see it either.
Bozique, you posting in the chat?
Yeah, it's not showing up.
Ours.
Yeah, we're not seeing it.
Lay upon my big bread. Oh, Wagon Wheel. He wrote that. Dylan wrote Wagon Wheel.
Christopher Live Sour. Oh, you were a handful as a child, man. Could absolutely. Yeah, and you know how I know I was a handful? Because every teacher cupped my balls all through elementary school.
He's barely a handful now.
All through elementary school.
No, Bob Dylan is a great songwriter. I don't know that he's the greatest songwriter, but he's a great songwriter. I mean, you only need to hear 2 words: Lennon-McCartney. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I was about to say, you're not starting with the Beatles.
Let's start with Lennon-McCartney. Yeah, Lennon-McCartney.
Go on to Plant and Page.
Well, no, not necessarily. I mean, you talk about, there's an argument to be made for guys like Burt Bacharach and guys like what's his name?
I love some of the Burt Bacharach.
Barry Manilow. Carole King, James Taylor.
Zeke sent it to my Facebook. Zeke, send it to Johnny's Facebook. Because I can barely read right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of great songwriters out there. Again, I'm a big fan of a guy named Bruce Coburn, who's from Canada, who's a great songwriter.
I'm a big fan of Giselle Seuss.
Yes. I mean, there's a whole bunch of guys that
it seemed like there used to be a time when it didn't
Jackson
matter.
Brown's a great songwriter. Sure.
Like Elvis. Elvis didn't write any songs, and everybody was okay with that. But then the singer-songwriter kind of thing, and if you didn't write your own tunes, nobody would even look at you. But nowadays, I think it's flipped back around where you don't have to write your own songs. They don't want you to write your own songs. The pop artists these days.
I'm not going to say I like the band, but Crosby, Stills, and Nash wrote some amazing songs.
Meh.
They did,
Lawrence
though.
Christensen.
Tom Petty, sure.
Didn't last
Tim
long.
Steinman.
The thing about Hot for Teacher, it was all over MTV, which was really helping dominate what was popular at that time.
That still
And
doesn't make it
wait,
one of
and
them.
but I'll wait. I think I don't think did as well. I'm very
No, it didn't.
surprised. That's where I'm having the biggest thing. Pretty Woman, I could see, because again, it is a remake of a a well-known song, so I get it, even though I don't really like it so much. But I really am pretty sure that Hot for Teacher did better than I'll Wait.
Absolutely does.
I
Hot for
think
Teacher
Van
is
John-
better.
Halen fans want to
Johnny-
hear Van
Johnny-
Halen just shred.
Is
Johnny
here?
tapped out. He tapped out of the show.
Huh?
Tony-
I'm here.
Tony,
I just got here.
Go to your Facebook. Bozique just sent you that Van Halen link. So let's see
Where
where
did-
that's
I
from.
want to know where it comes from. That's the thing.
Yeah,
is-
that's what I want to know.
It comes
too,
from
'cause we know the
Bozique.
list. Yeah. John Biel.
But I mean,
Wouldn't it
you
be
know,
funny if written by John Biel? If you want it, you can get it at the 7-Eleven.
well, Christopher Live Sawa, Neil Peart wrote the lyrics. He didn't write all the music.
Where did he send that?
Your Facebook.
I think he just made that list up.
No?
That was his list.
He made that up and he left. Oh, there you are.
There
You
it
sent
is.
it to Instagram.
My Instagram, Jesus.
Oh, Instagram. Okay.
no, let me look at my Instagram.
It's almost just like Facebook.
Jesus, Instagram. When's the last time I logged into my Instagram?
Last night.
How'd that go with the GoDaddy? To get
Send
that
it to
off
my
right away?
Instagram.
I don't see it on my Instagram.
Daddy.
Did you send it to Mark and Neanderthals Instagram, didn't you?
GoDaddy.
He sent it to Johnny. He sent it to me, and they sent it to Johnny.
Jesus Christ.
I don't have it.
What a nightmare.
You don't have
The
it?
show's only 3 hours long.
Bozique,
I got a dog
Oh,
that
wait.
needs to go out.
did
I'll
you
be right
send?
back.
Oh, wait. You
Prince,
sent.
fantastic. Prince
Wait,
was a
that's not you.
fantastic songwriter. There's another guy who wrote hits
Oh,
fucking
Prince
for
is
everybody.
phenomenal.
Man,
Everybody. I
yeah.
mean, between The Time and Sheila E. and Vanity and
Oh, yeah.
Apollonia and fucking Jesse Johnson and fucking the Bangles and Sinead O'Connor.
Wish I was fucking the Bangles.
I mean, holy shit.
Walk with an erection.
Yeah, I mean, Jack Blades was a pretty good fucking songwriter too. I mean, those Night Ranger songs are pretty fucking good. I mean, obviously Mick Jones and Lou Gramm wrote great songs with Foreigner. You know,
Bozique.
You have it?
I don't have it anywhere.
I don't have
Well,
it
Zeke,
either.
just tell us where your source is from, where you got that list from. Just tell us what.
Oh, wait.
magazine
Oh,
or
whoa.
article.
Oh,
wait.
he's okay. I got it.
You got it, Johnny?
Thanks, Johnny.
Audacity.
Oh, that's a
Yes.
fucking radio company.
damn radio company.
That's their
Damn
favorite.
you,
That's their
damn you
favorite.
all
What website
down.
is it? That's their fucking
Brazzers?
favorite. That's a chart. That's a fucking poll from their favorite.
Audacity.com/music classic rock gallery. The 10 biggest Van Halen hits on the Billboard 100.
The audacity of a radio.
It's from Audacity.
Yeah, that's their research.
All we have to do is ask John BL. He'll know.
Yeah, that's a survey that they did. That's wherever they got that survey from. Is it national? Is it local? Because it comes up different everywhere in America. That's the reason why, thankfully, there are certain songs that are universal, but there are certain radio stations that sound better than other radio stations in other parts of the country because bands like Tesla are bigger in Northern California than they are in Atlanta, Georgia. And bands like Leonard Skinner are bigger in Florida than they are in Portland, Oregon. And so when your radio station does their research, they're asking local people what they want to hear, which is why I'm not going to mention any certain radio companies, but there's a certain radio company that owns more radio stations than anybody else. And they pre-program a lot of stuff. And it's called voice tracking, which is basically a guy here in Phoenix with a microphone like me will pull up the song list of a station in Topeka. And he'll pretend, I'm Johnny Beane on the rock in Topeka, and pretending he's in Topeka, and he reads a national playlist. National playlists are garbage.
It's like coast to coast. That guy's like out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
I'm Casey Kasem with your long distance dedication.
Yeah. National playlists are garbage. They don't work. And so when you try to, I can tell you that this one radio company had a national playlist set up so that all of their radio stations, they catalog their music. And I'll use this as an example. Back in Black from AC/DC for this one radio station for a long time was catalog number A-101. And that was A-101 for every radio station in the chain. So that if one guy in Cincinnati says A-101 plays at 7 o'clock in the morning in Philadelphia, 8 o'clock in the morning in Atlanta, 9 o'clock in the morning in Houston, 10 o'clock in the morning in Chicago, 11 o'clock in the morning in Seattle, that A-101, he could just say, I'm programming A-101, and it plays on 500 radio stations at the same fucking time. That's how they eliminate people from the job. Now, the fun part about that is we've learned through Spotify and all these other things, people don't listen to the radio for music. They listen to the radio for a connection, to make a connection. That's why guys like Joe Rogan and Howard Stern, and thankfully our show here in Phoenix and your favorite show in Chicago and Kevin and Beane in Los Angeles, whatever fucking show you listen to in New York City, whatever your favorite radio station is. And that's not true, Brown Sound. Radio is fucking 96% of America listens to radio every fucking day. You guys are so ill-informed, but that's okay. It's
you
fantastic.
Ignorant fools!
No,
you fools!
You're just ill-informed because radio does a shitty job of marketing itself. You have the radio on all the time in the background. We're a background appliance. We're a place, we're something to have on when you're doing something else. You're out in the garage working on your car, radio's on. Or Spotify or whatever it is. But Spotify and satellite radio and Apple Music and whatever other fucking streaming service you use do the exact same thing that traditional commercial radio does. It's all algorithms. It's all researched. If you were to say, Spotify or Alexa or whatever it is, play Van Halen, it's going to play the same fucking 15 Van Halen songs that you're going to hear on K-Rock or whatever radio station you're listening to. It is what it is. Those algorithms all work because people like comfort food. And good songs are comfort food. There's a reason why even on American Idol, they do fucking Beatles week. Nobody who's on American Idol has any fucking clue of the impact of the Beatles. But the world does. So listening to pop star goofball doing a Beatles song on worldwide television brings in an audience because they love the Beatles song and they want to hear how good that kid can sing it. There's a reason why everybody's going to see the Batman. They're not going to see Robert Pattinson. They're going because fucking Batman is awesome. And everybody loves Batman. No matter who's in the cowl, everyone loves Batman. Everyone loves Star Wars. We'll shit on it. We'll dump all over it, but it'll be the number one fucking movie that week because it's comfort food. I love the Boardwalk, by the way, Santa Cruz 3600. I hear Sandy has sold it. I heard they shut it down and Sandy has sold it, which is a shame. For people that don't know, that club, the Boardwalk, was in Sacramento. It was a tiny little dive bar that literally had a boardwalk on the front of it. Looked like a Western bar in the middle of nowhere, Orangevale, California. And the owner looked like Iggy Pop. His name was Mark. And he was on crutches because he had been in a car accident, so he had been partially paralyzed. And Mark and Sandy were like the rock fans of rock fans in Sacramento. Good people. Mark passed away, and Sandy, I think, has undergone some serious financial problems and closed one of the great rock clubs in Northern California.
Nice.
So yeah, no, there's a radio just does a shitty job of marketing itself because it's there. It's just there, and you take it for granted. It's like The Simpsons.
I did, Paul, though. I
Especially
saw
these
a
days,
commercial Saturday on CBS or whatever it was for your radio station. It had your name.
Yeah.
It had a bunch of bands. I was like, wow.
You know why they're doing that?
Commercial. How about
You
that?
know you know why they're doing that? Because Phoenix, Arizona is one of the great migratory cities in America. People move to Phoenix like they move to Miami. A lot of people, obviously people are born here, but a lot of people move to Phoenix. Phoenix is a place that it's a destination in the United States. It's like Vegas.
Was born there.
Yeah. Phoenix, New Orleans, Seattle, They're places that people
Nolans.
migrate to. Our radio station has been around for 40-something years, but there are a lot of people that have moved to Phoenix that may not be aware of it. Boom, television commercial. Just to introduce it to new people.
And it just listed bands. It had like some sort of a metal kind of thing.
It's a foundry, like a metal foundry.
Fleetwood Mac, Queen. Then I saw Van Halen. I'm like, yeah.
Well, that's the problem with radio. It's the same thing with guitars. It's what Fender and Gibson really, really lost for a long time. That's why the Deane Guitar Company did well for a long time, because they signed every fucking endorsee they could get. Everybody, and same thing with Jackson back in the day. Everyone played a Jackson or everyone played an Ibanez because they found somebody to endorse it and they made the thing top of mind. May not have been the greatest guitar on the face of the earth, but it was everywhere. So everybody bought it. And that's what Wolfgang is doing now.
A lot of those were amazing back then.
Yeah, but a lot of them weren't.
By the way, 110 in the chat right now. Please take a second, leave a thumbs up. Let's get 100 thumbs ups on the video tonight. Because why not? Take a second. If you haven't hit the like button, just smash it. Smash.
Brown Sound Radio plays the music people want to hear.
And yeah, Jesus rapes me. I do have a show and tell guitar tonight. I do.
Andy Go-Go Comics, I'll explain to you why you hear the same songs too much on the radio and why it gets lame. And I'm sorry that we're getting so deep into this, but
what do you know about radio, Paul? What do you know about radio? Huh?
Most people listen to the radio for about 10 minutes at a time. They don't listen for hours at a time. Most people don't listen for hours at a time. You get up in the morning, turn the radio on while you're in the shower, shave, you do all your thing, shut the radio off, go out in the kitchen, eat your breakfast, whatever it is, get in your car, turn the radio on.
Drive time.
You drive to the, your 7-Eleven, get your gas, go out, get your coffee, whatever it is, your Starbucks, whatever it is.
While you're in 7-Eleven, the radio's
on. It's on a different station. So you walk in, you hear that station, you come back out, you get in your car, radio's on again. It's called an exposure. And most people listen to the radio for 8 to 10 minute increments at a time. That's how they talk about an exposure. The average exposure is between 8 and 10 minutes because about every 10 minutes, they play a song or a commercial that you don't like. So you punch the button around. And so everybody tunes out about every 10 minutes on average. So if you hear a song like Led Zeppelin's Black Dog Monday at 7 o'clock in the morning when you're in your car, chances are you're not going to hear that song at that time at 7 o'clock in the morning for about another 11 days. But if you're listening at 7 o'clock in the morning on Monday, and then you find yourself at work and it's 11:30 in the morning on Tuesday, and you have the radio on, you might hear Black Dog again because it rotates throughout the day.
But now a morning show where people are listening for the content and the jokes and the funny bits, you get more than 8 minutes of average listening time.
Yes, and that's why morning shows tend to be talk, mostly talk. We balance it with talk and music. We try not to talk for more than 4 or 5 minutes at a time because we know people only listen for 8 to 10 minutes at a time. So if we can get 5 minutes, we can get the quarter hour from a rating standpoint. That's another algorithm thing that's so deep into the weeds that it's ridiculous. But the point is, that's why most of the best shows on the radio tend to be more talk-based than music-based. When you hear somebody say more music in the morning, it's because they're trying to counter-program 8 successful talk stations.
Yeah.
Talk, you say, huh?
And Stephen Franklin, it does differ for certain age groups, yeah. But more often than not, they call the money demo adults 25 to 54. That's the people who have the most expendable, disposable, tangible, viable, spendable money.
Steve Viable.
And that's fine, Leo Safko. You can enjoy Sirius and Ozzy's Boneyard, but Ozzy's Boneyard sucks. The jocks on Ozzy's Boneyard suck. They're boring.
You can say it doesn't, but then you would be wrong.
No. The music is great on Boneyard, but Keith Roth Keith Roth just fucking wants to hear himself talk and name drop. Eddie Trunk spends, if you're listening to Eddie Trunk for a half hour, 20 minutes of him talking about where he's going to be this week. It's so self-serving. They have a great opportunity on satellite radio to be the world, like what MTV was, the world's radio station, to be interactive with people, and they're not. They blow it.
that your car?
No,
Nope.
Corvette Summer. That thing is fucking hideous.
My car.
That's the Corvette Summer car.
My
But you're right,
car.
Leo. The jocks do suck. But they could make it even better. The music is great, but wouldn't it be great if the guys that were on the radio fucking knew something about the music instead of just dropping names and talking about, yeah, I remember when I was talking to Vinnie Vincent about the thing. That was awesome. Keith Roth, keeping it real. What the fuck are you talking about? Put some effort into your game, man. So
Here's
yeah,
a good question from Sherman Callahan. Do bands pay radio stations to play their music out of their pocket? But they're a pocket. I heard Led Zeppelin does it that way. That's why I always hear Led Zeppelin every day.
nope.
No pay to play?
That's
No,
not
you
true for them.
Not on the big ones, probably, right?
Here's the deal. There is promotional consideration that is made for radio stations all around America. You have to announce it legally. So if a radio station is playing a song that was paid, you have to mention that it was paid legally. Now, on the other hand, there's the unspoken rule of, hey, man, Slash has got a new record out. Oh, no kidding. That's cool. Will he come into the studio when they come to town to do an interview with our morning show? Sure, they will. Oh, cool. We'll play the song.
Right.
That happens. But
Did
that's any
Slash come
business.
in? Who's
that's
the
any
last
business.
artist you had come in for morning show recently?
The ones we had come in, we don't have a
Yeah,
lot of guests in because I like them to come in and play.
Did Sebastian Bach make it in?
Nope. We wanted to have him in, and he was a pain in the ass about it. So we told him to go fuck himself.
Didn't
True
he
story.
appear? Didn't he appear at another show at your station though?
He
If
went
I
over. He
remember?
went over there after we wouldn't have him on. Yeah.
Okay, that was it.
That
it.
was
so
his-
he went
that
on
was-
the afternoon. He went. He was.
He went
scheduled
on the
to go with
competing morning show
Pauly,
station,
but he went on the afternoon. Okay.
and they talked about us about when they were doing it too, which is fine. Yeah, we just, if you're going to, here's the thing: when a guy like Sebastian Bach comes to town, he's playing the Marquee Theater, which holds what, 3,000 people? Is that it, Dan, or not even less than that?
Yeah,
right?
the Whiskey Dogs at the Marquee Saturday night.
Right. So they play. I mean,
Hopefully
1,500.
Skid Row
2,000.
is opening for you.
They're called the
when is
Hollywood
that- when is
Gods
that
and
show, Dan?
Monsters is the headliner.
Saturday night.
And it's
Saturday.
Lexi Fox from Steel Panther. And some dude that was in he was on Pimp My Ride. They got some guy from Pimp My Ride as their singer.
Exhibit. Is it
But that's what Lexi Fox is doing. He left Steel Panther. His band
It's
is called the
Weenie
Hollywood
and the
Gods
Buck.
and Monsters. And we've
Weenie
got
and the
the what do we got? Like an 8 o'clock time slot or something. I got tickets at
Nice.
my store. Paul's got
Which isn't open until tomorrow.
And you cannot buy anything right now.
No.
Would you sell tickets right now? We have 113
No.
watching.
Somebody
if
has to
113
Is there
go see
anybody
people-
even watching this that
Somebody
could
has
actually
to
go to
go.
that?
113
Nobody's
people
even
wanted to
watching
go
this
see
that
the
lives in
Whiskey
Phoenix,
Dogs on
so.
Saturday.
Yeah, nobody's watching this that lives in Phoenix. I
But
know
that's-
Laguna Palms lives here, and
I know Rosie Palms
Dry
lives
Heat
there.
480 lives here, but I don't see him in the chat.
Yeah, those guys play a club, and if they don't want to make time to be exposed in front of hundreds of thousands of people, we don't have time for them. We'll move on. We bump guys. We bump guys on a regular basis. We get
Your way.
Who's the last? I'll show you. I'll tell you who they.
Oh, how did your interview with
Vince Neil.
Valerie?
Valerie Bertinelli. you're talking.
How'd Valerie interview go?
Great.
Did you
It was
ask
great.
her anything really more specific that we were talking about?
Sexist or anything?
No, you don't want to piss them off, depending on who it is.
Dane's the opposite. Dane's gonna walk up. Hey, you're Valerie Bertinelli, known for being Eddie Van Halen's wife. Are these real?
She was actually very, very nice. I think I sent the audio file to Johnny.
She is very
and
nice.
Yeah, she was very, very nice. And the radio interviews are funny. Getting somebody in the studio is good. Getting somebody on the phone, unless it's Paul McCartney or Robert
Brian
Plant, or you can't get Brian Weed on the phone. It's I love Brian, but he's not exactly, that's not the kind of guy that you're going to interrupt a Led Zeppelin song for. But
Paul
if you get
McCartney
it,
doesn't even have a cell phone.
But if you get a a legitimate rock star, a Joe Perry and Ian Gillan, a Nancy Wilson, yes, you make room for them. But when we get, I have availability for, Carl Palmer. No, we're not going to talk to Carl Palmer. We're not going to talk to anybody from Yes. We're not going to talk to anybody from Steppenwolf or the Outlaws, or you know what I mean. I have Johnny Van Zant from Skinner. Nope. Johnny Van Zant is not interesting. Johnny Van Zant's not interesting on the radio. That's the weird part. You give me Gary Rosington. Yes, I'll go with Gary Rosington.
So tell us about Freebird.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You got to get somebody who's good and interesting on the radio. Otherwise, just taking interview.
David Crosby.
We've actually turned down David Crosby.
Please, I need the attention.
We've turned down David Crosby. We turn down people every day. In fact, I'll look up right now.
You probably turn down Crosby every day.
This is David Crosby. Just curious if you have an opening today.
He calls like you would at a hot restaurant,
Is there an opening today? I'll sit on the patio.
Let's see who they tried to pitch us today. We're on vacation, but we're still getting pitched for interviews. There's this guy named Art who is basically a guest booker.
Art Vandelay, right?
No, Art Sears. And he's great. Let's see who we turned down.
By the way, someone earlier asked about my T-shirt. This is a season 6 Lost Cast shirt, long sleeve. I have like 20 different Lost designs from that time, so that's what this one is.
Yeah, how about that? You want to say something to him?
Today they tried to pitch us John Taffer from Bar Rescue.
Wait, who's on the phone with Dane?
Who?
John Taffer. He's the guy that hosts Bar Rescue. You'd know him if you watch TV.
I don't watch TV.
All right, here you go. Hello.
Hi, kids.
Is that your father, Dane?
Quentin James.
Hey,
Hello.
man.
Hey, Quentin.
First of all, I'd like to say Steve Carmichael.
Yeah.
Yes. Nice job, Quentin.
But Dane, I was wondering why. Could you show that shirt you're wearing right there? It looks like you have 3 penises on your shirt. I don't understand why you're.
Oh yeah.
Hilarious.
He don't look like 3 penises.
Well, that's why he's wearing it.
Peanut.
That's why he's wearing it. That's the family crest.
They're peckers. They're finger peckers. I get you.
The family crest is 3 penises fighting.
That's it. I just thought I'd like to interrupt the show. And Paul,
good job.
how's your puppy dogs doing?
Puppy dogs are good. I think she might have already pooped. I heard her bark a little bit earlier.
I heard a gentle splash down.
Chance, give them a good 2-handed butt scratching for me, okay?
You made it weird.
What dog doesn't like a good 2-handed butt scratching? I mean, come on.
I like a good 2-handed butt scratching, except for Dane while he's wearing that T-shirt.
I just go with the simple fisting.
Gland, excrusion thing.
Express my anal glands.
Wow, what did I just walk in on? Okay, look, love you guys. Take care. I'm out of here.
Thank you,
Thank
Glenn.
you.
Thanks, Brent. Love you too, man.
Let me just
Quentin
bark
James,
again. I'm going to go take care of her. Hang on.
Quentin James.
Quentin James, everybody.
Check out his channel on YouTube, Quentin James.
There you go. Oh,
so, John Mancuda, you're still in New York, I see.
I am. I'm with
when
Mama
getting
Cuda.
back to L.A.?
I do not know. But shout out to Carlos and Gail, alternating house sitting now.
So they have to alternate. So Carlos got so sick of being there. He's like, "Oh,
No, Carlos is going on a trip. So Gail's taking over, and then Carlos is coming back.
Oh.
I've always got someone there, But
Lucky people just
but
living the
they're
dream out
rotating.
there.
I know, right? No, they're enjoying the house because it's like, wait, I could stay at your place? It's way better than mine. Okay, yeah, I'll go. So yeah. Meanwhile, my eyes are on fire, so I apologize to the audience for squinting. And again, if you're coming in late, that's why I'm wearing glasses today.
So, John,
Let's,
you never gave us the clue on tonight's show and tell guitar.
Show and tell guitar. Let's see. Tonight's show and tell guitar. Let's see. A good clue.
God damn it,
6
there's all these people
strings.
in the parking lot.
Yeah.
Has a volume knob somewhere. Might be pointy.
You plug in.
Take strings.
Let's see. It's that's a good clue today.
It's half an hour late.
Yeah, it is running half hour late. How about we just get to it? Yeah. As Johnny drops a subtle hint, and my eyes are killing me anyway. But let's first thank some of our sponsors, such as Swiss Picks, sponsors. Like Popeye says, we're getting thanks the sponsors. Swiss Picks, the greatest gripping guitar pick out there. Swiss Picks. Check out the raised holes on a Swiss pick for endless grip. Yeah. Check out the Jason Becker Blue Cheese Edition, which benefits Jason's fund, on Swiss Picks website. And check it out. Try one. Dane carries Swiss Picks if you're ever at Dane's store in Arizona at Zim's Guitars. You can pick up some Swiss Picks there. You could get them online. But Swiss Picks, get your grip on with a Swiss pick. Also, Vinum custom pickups, custom hand-wound boutique pickups at an affordable price, custom wound for you. That's right, for you. Maker of the Mancuda Custom. Very, very cool pickups. Tell Craig Vinum we sent you. Tell him what you want. He will do anything. He'll do anything. He'll wind them while he's standing on his head and be silly. I mean, you never know. If you want something like a Duncan JB, but you want it less muddy, Craig Vinum will custom wind you a pickup for you. You want to bring life to your Les Paul? Craig Vinum has the solution. He has ready-made pickups and custom boutique hand wounds of incredible quality. Everyone's been happy that has been sent there from us. Check it out. Vinum Custom Pickups. Also, delicious Colonel's Gourmet Popcorn and more. Oh my God. What I would give for a bag of movie popcorn right now from Colonel's. Colonel's Gourmet Popcorn and more. They have chocolates. They have sugar-free candies. They have nuts. They have all sorts of delicious popcorn flavors like the cheese corn, Mama Kuda's favorite, or the Chicago mix, a mix of caramel and cheese corn. Delicious. My favorite's the movie popcorn. Just phenomenal stuff. When you want some treats, go to Colonel's Gourmet Popcorn and more and mention Johnny Beane or Jay Hannon, and you will get more product. They send you bigger bags of all that deliciousness. You get more chocolate covered cashews. You get more of those sour belt candies, more popcorn, whatever you order. You can't go wrong. Colonel's Gourmet Popcorn and more. Delicious stuff. And of course, Johnny, when you want the greatest kill switches ever made, you as a pro player, Johnny Beane, I'm asking you, where do you go to get those really, really professional level guitar kill switches? Where do you go, Johnny?
Well, John, I go to Tessie Switch.
Tessie Switch, absolutely. Go to Tessie Switch. They have the kill switches you want. The ones that can take all that abuses. That's slapping it like you're beating your meat in the shower. That's the one you want. The durable ones the pros use. Tessie Switch, the greatest kill switches ever. Go to Tessie Switch and tell them you saw them on Talking Guitars and 80's Metal Live. And of course, Johnny, if you're going to hot rod your guitar, I mean really hot rod it with all sorts of crazy upgrades like titanium saddles and custom bridges and noiseless springs, tuners, and all sorts of fun things to really, really bring your guitar to life, where would you go, Johnny? Where would you go? I know where I would go. fu-tone.com.
fu-tone.
fu-tone. fu-tone has all of the hot rod goodies that you want to put on your guitar. Tell them what you want. They even have full ready to go guitars with all the upgraded stuff ready to go. Go over there at fu-tone.com. Check out. You want a bridge, you want tuners, noiseless springs, saddles, whatever you need to hot rod your guitar and give it new life. Go to fu-tone.com and tell them you saw it on Talking Guitars and 80s Metal Live.
Tell them you know me.
Tell them you know Johnny Beane, and they will not break your stuff. Promise. There you go, fu-tone.com. Thank you, fu-tone.
Everybody left.
Everybody left. And okay, so leave a thumbs up as I unpack today's show and tell guitar. Very, very cool. I didn't even think of a clue for this because my eyes are on fire today, but I really did not want to sit out the show anyway. I can't see very well, and I'm dealing with my eye infection, but I have a very cool show and tell guitar. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Oh, there we go. Okay, let's see. Let's move the microphone out of the way. Johnny could spotlight me.
Uh-oh.
All righty. Ladies and gentlemen, today's show and tell guitar of the week.
Oh my
Look at
gosh.
that thing.
Oh my goodness.
You got it quick?
I've never seen that one.
Well, yeah, that's the idea.
There we go.
Well, yeah, that's the idea.
Got it.
Got it. Okay. This is, without the echo, this is a 1988 BC Rich ST3. The ST3 was basically your all-in-one guitar, bolt-on, and an improvement over a Super Strat that BC Rich started as an ST. BC Rich had an ST Super Strat. It wasn't very well received initially. It just wasn't designed the way it should have been for a player to have a good access and feel. And then they brought in someone to design the ST3, which is a humbucker, 2 single coils, a Floyd, a volume, a tone, and 3 selector switches, and a beautiful, very fast oiled neck with a with a straight or reverse headstock.
What year was that?
1988. They also made it in 87.
Yeah, I think
This came out
Kramer
just
made a
little
guitar
bit-
similar right around the same time.
This came out a little bit before the Gunslinger. And this was basically BC Rich finally fine-tuning what they weren't meeting for the Strat market. The ST initially wasn't a very popular guitar. It had a weird shape to it. The horns were a little squared off. This one's very round. It has a really nice belly cut on it. Nice. They added graphics, or in this case, a really nice deep yellow crackle. I love that just right there, that medium level crackle. That's just a perfect crackle to me in screaming yellow and black. Well, I have them in a lot of colors, but this particular one, nice rosewood neck. Back when you would get a beautiful thick slab of Brazilian rosewood. Look at that. Nice flat D-shaped neck. And of course, what I consider one of the coolest headstocks in the business. They reversed it for the Gunslinger, but you could order this reversed. No one really did on the ST3, but during the Gunslinger, they reversed them all. And the pickups, usually they were DiMarzio, and these two were custom made for them. And this was usually a DiMarzio Super Distortion. This particular one was swapped out with an EMG. But there you go. These necks are super fast. The body's super comfy. Nice light guitar, alder. This is a Takuchi Floyd licensed trem. The time. Really, really great finish. Usually graphics and crackles and finishes done by Glenn Lawrence or Dan Matejal, or Glenn Matejal, rather. There you go. And you'll notice on the Strat, on the ST3, they have a flat heel versus the Gunslinger, which did an angled cutaway. Took off like a ½ inch and angled it. But this has a regular heel. And you could custom order these also in different configurations. This was the standard configuration, hum single. But I've seen them as just single coils. They're very rare, but I've seen them. Usually this is what people wanted right here. Basically, the configuration that was popular on the Soloist. Hum single. But this is a bolt-on, more economical than the Soloist. Great feeling guitar with a very, very fast neck. And just, again, the graphics and the finishes really made them very popular at the time. And BC Rich was all about it, being colorful and flashy. Jackson usually had a lot of solid colors. BC Rich was more about the graphics and the crackles. And of course, Jackson had, they had a lot of graphics too, but BC Rich came running out of the gate with that. There you go. Let's take a look in the chat. Keith Campbell says, nice neck. Yeah, the necks on these were really well known in the industry. They basically listen to guitarists talk about the original ST and say what they liked and didn't like, and then they did it. They changed it totally. Thank you, Sherman Callahan.
Sherman.
Let's see. I'm just trying to read the chat with my squatty burning eyes.
The dot inlays pop pretty good under that light.
They do, right? On the against the really dark rosewood.
Yeah, getting rosewood that dark with no streaks in it, it is a nice touch for that guitar.
Brad the Sun Guy asks, what would that retail for back in 1988? Probably in the neighborhood of like $800 something. So a lot of bang for the buck.
It's
Very
funny because
competitive with a Kramer.
Yeah, I was going to say back then the Kramers could be anywhere from $800 to $1,400 depending on what you're buying. So $899. Yeah, $899. That's what that's competing with, really, is the Pacer.
Yeah. And same configuration, pretty much. Too.
Yeah, the Pacer. I mean, they had the 3 switches on some of their Focuses, actually, which were obviously made by ESP. Right. They had the triple toggle switches on there instead of a blade selector switch. They had the triple toggles to turn on and off the pickups. That's what sticks out to me on that guitar is a similar configuration to what Kramer was doing. And obviously that was their primary competitor in 1987-88.
Yeah, definitely. And Kramer, of course, was very popular because of Bon Jovi and Eddie Van Halen. Mm-hmm. Keith Campbell brings up the grain of the rosewood also shows. Yeah, this is a really nice. This is, again, at a time when you can get really good rosewood, really good ebony. I've talked about this on the show before. Jackson's at that time were getting amazing quality ebony, and rosewood. BC Rich was all about rosewood, koa, quilted maple.
But it's dark and it's not streaky, which is good.
Yeah, it wasn't streaky back then. Nowadays,
Yeah.
ebony is streaky. You
A
know,
lot of
'cause
it is. Yeah.
they're not using. You know, back then, 1 in 10 trees was really black, and that's what they do. They cut
Right.
them down until they find what they like.
And
Now,
throw 9 trees away.
yeah, now with Taylor guitars owning 75% of the wood rights, they're basically saying, look, we got to be good to the rainforest for the environment. So we're going to start giving you the streaky stuff too, the lighter wood too. And, you know, ebony is not as dark as it was then. And Brazilian rosewood, again, rainforests and whatnot, very hard to get nowadays, good rosewood. But back then, really commonplace, specifically reserved for guitars.
Yeah, that's the thing. The problem with back then is they would take 1 in 10. The one was good, but they didn't replace the other 9.
Mm-hmm.
So you'd end up with
no wood.
No wood, and then then you started to get mineral rights and logging rights and all that shit. And Taylor did cut a deal, and that's why companies started using resin, and phenol and the other. That's what the resin based fretboards and Kramer aluminum neck bases on the Dukes and stuff like that. It was called I forget what they call it, but it's the stuff that they make bowling balls out of.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, phenol or phenapol or whatever it is, but it's a
fentanyl.
No. No, and Richlite is what you're talking about, Bozique. Richlite is absolutely a superior product, but it's not wood, and so people don't want to. But Richlite's been used by the Martin Guitar Company for years. They've been using Richlite, and Gibson tried it for a couple of years in 2012 and 2013, and it did not do well. People did not want to pay $4,000 for a Gibson custom Les Paul with Richlite, and Richlite is essentially the stuff that they make countertops out of. It's that layered. It's basically slices of paper, dipped in resin to make it fatter and layered, almost like they would make for the old samurai swords, where they would take the metal and fold it. Well, that's what happens. This stuff is Richlite is paper that gets dipped in a resin, folded, and then dipped in a resin again, another piece folded on top of it, and it's layered paper and resin. And you wouldn't know the difference between that and ebony if nobody told you.
Yeah,
you really wouldn't. And the thing about it is it's more stable than ebony. You don't have to refret it as often, and if you do refret it, you're not going to split the wood. You don't have to oil it. You don't have to condition it. Richlite is actually a pretty good fretboard material, but like we were talking about earlier with tubes and certain guitars, and guitar players don't like to kick water uphill, and Richlite is kicking water uphill for a lot of people.
And Octopus Ears brings up that's a rosewood fingerboard, not neck. Yeah, I just casually refer to it as obviously it's a maple neck with a rosewood board.
But it's called rosewood neck. Yeah,
rosewood neck, maple neck, ebony neck.
Yeah,
splitting hairs, brother, splitting hairs.
Yeah, I've got Richlite on a couple of guitars. Fuck, my Ace Frehley Budokan has Richlite. There's a Richlite fretboard on it. That guitar now sells for somewhere around 12 grand. Yeah, for a Richlite board.
Just collectors, man, we want it. And then there's Gibson collectors, we want it. So
yeah, no, it's the strangest thing in the world. That guitar should not sell, but people like them. Someday I'll cash in when Ace dies.
It's a cool guitar, man.
It's a great guitar. Cool. I wouldn't get rid of it. That's why, shit, if I wanted the money, I'd have sold it already.
Yeah, for sure. But anyway, this guitar, 1988 BC Rich ST3 in Screaming Yellow Crackle. There you go. That is this week's show and tell guitar of the week. I can barely see it, but I'm glad you can.
Let me ask you a question, John.
Sure.
Would you prefer that neck were bound?
Not this particular one, but I do like certain bound dot necks and Jacksons.
Right.
So
I've got
the BC Riches. I like binding on the handmade ones, the neck throughs, but on the Boltons, I just like the oiled wood.
Yeah.
No binding. just fast as hell, beautiful feel.
I almost feel like a neon yellow binding on that, and even around the headstock would fucking pop. I mean, I know it's a little too much.
Yellow binding, but I could see white binding.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah,
you know, yellow binding would feel kind of gimmicky to me.
Well, I mean, the guitar is really understated as it is.
Huh?
So the guitar is so understated as it is.
I know, right? Well, you know me. I like those subtle go to church guitars.
Yep. No, I think I have an Explorer, a Gibson Explorer, not a Hammer or an Ibanez Destroyer or anything, but they normally don't bind the necks on an Explorer. They're usually an unbound neck. This one, it gets the 2014 120th anniversary, whatever the fuck they call it. But it has a bound neck, and I really it's kind of the only reason I keep the guitar, because I'm not a huge Explorer guy, but this one is different. It just feels different, and it pops differently. And I know you're a guy who likes guitar aesthetics. I often wonder, when you pull out one of those Super Strats, you don't see them bound necks very often. You know, I mean, you know,
some of them, but not usually. I see some of the Kramers, some of the later Kramers, which I love, the ESP year Kramers, you know, have bound necks. You know, some of the Berettas, some of the Stage Masters, et cetera, have bound necks. Not so much the BC Rich bolt-ons, although I have a few. I think one of the prototypes has a bound neck and something else. But usually, like, it's a Jackson thing,
right?
You know, and Charvel does not do a lot of bound necks either.
No, Gibson does it on their higher end guitars.
Gibson does it,
on their higher end guitars.
Balls, binding right over the nibs, baby.
Yeah,
and I love binding. Binding looks beautiful. I do.
It depends on on the guitar. But on Super Strats, you don't see it very often. That's why I asked.
Yeah, because it slows you down a little if you're talking this type of wood.
Yeah, again,
Sherman
that's why
Callahan. Thank you, brother.
That goes back to what I've said on multiple times. You know, it takes a special guitar player to make a Les Paul a shred guitar, because yes, that binding does gum up the edge of the neck if you're trying to go up and down the neck. It does. It is an impediment to fast moving up and down the neck. You really have to be able to navigate it. That's why most shred guitars don't have any binding on them. Question in the chat, Renus. Sony MDR 7506. That's what I would. You can get them at Guitar Center for $99 or whatever, or order them online. Don't go to Guitar Center. Fuck them. No, seriously, just get them online. These things here, I'm wearing AKG 240s. These used to be great studio monitors, and they're still pretty good, but they're a little open on the ears. So if you like to play at high volume and you turn in your microphone or whatever, you're going to get a little bit of feedback. So the Sony MDR 7506, to me, is the best closed ear, and it covers your entire ear headphone, and it gives you the best frequency response for me. And that's what I would recommend.
Nice.
I'm
That's
not sure
what
what
you're
these
wearing,
are.
right? No, that's not what you're wearing.
Somebody sent me these.
It'll say it on the side of the ear, underneath the Sony logo.
Yeah, these aren't Sony's.
Oh.
I'm used Sony's.
Yosinator sent this in really quickly. My bound neck 70s Explorer.
Yeah, they normally don't have bound necks. Yep, see? It changes the look of the guitar.
Yeah, totally. No, look, bound dot necks look amazing.
Now, is that legitimately from the 70s, or is it a 70s Explorer reissue? Yostinator. Are you in the chat? Is he in the chat?
Music Therapy Labs wants to know if they made pink and black crackles in these. Yeah, they did. I think I had one on the show a while back. They did it also in the Gunslinger, in both the ST3 and the Gunslinger. And the Assassin, which was a hybrid of this. The Assassin was a Gunslinger with a single coil pickup. So a little bit right in the middle of it. But yeah, they did pink crackle, absolutely. And it looks great.
Mike Johnson has an 86 ST3.
Oh, cool.
Very nice.
Kind of
Yeah,
blends
it's
in,
beautiful.
Blends in with the chair.
Yeah, no, the no, the Bengal design is beautiful. Really, really cool. Yeah, listen, bang
Thank
for
you,
the
Yo
buck.
Snyder.
Bang for the buck. These are so good. These are so good. They're really, really well built. I mean, they're getting up there in price now, but overall, as a guitar, bang for the buck, these are just terrific.
Yeah, it's
Very,
interesting.
Very well made.
Because a lot of the companies are remaking the Super Shredder, and I speak mostly of EVH, Kramer, Charvel and Jackson, which is Fender's shred companies. They're all starting to come back, which means that all of those guitars that you used to be able to get for a song on Reverb or eBay or whatever it is, where you would go to your local guitar store, now all of a sudden they're all jacked way up.
A lot of money now. The market's just
all guitars have gone up.
Climbing. Yeah, I mean,
all
let's put it
guitars
this
are going
way.
up now for whatever reason.
The reissue gunslingers are over $3,000. So, that does affect the vintage ones. I mean, it just goes on and on. I mean, back in the day, they made great guitars, but that does lead to a segue of Johnny. I keep hearing that the new Kramer Stagemaster, the SL1 single humbucker came out just now.
They keep telling us that.
Yeah, I think there you go. There are the colors: gray. Was that gold in the middle, or
I love the
orange?
finish. I love the way
purple.
those things. I love the way the the way the arch top and the finish, the way they've cut that thing, the way the light hits it and pops off those are beautiful.
Yeah, the arch tops are beautiful. And again, they're reissues of the vintage ones. The vintage ones came in either single coil, single and hum, or hum single. And are very well made guitars. They're neck through guitars. Now, again, these new ones are made in Indonesia. So it's not the same quality as the old school ones, which were basically made by ESP and assembled in New Jersey.
What's the price point on them?
What is the price point, Johnny? Does it say there?
It says,
I heard they're not too badly priced.
Well, you got the Floyd Rose, the Korean Floyd Rose on it.
Mm-hmm.
So
and
my guess is that
they're good feeling guitars.
My guess is that's going to be $799.
I'm going to say $1,200.
Not for an Indonesian guitar.
Oh, bullshit. In today's market, absolutely. What is the actual number, John?
Cameron Brown says $999.
$999.
Which means they'll probably
that Australian dollars?
Which means they'll probably sell for $799.
There you go.
oh, cool. Oh, here we go. Look at this. This is awesome.
Dane sent you another dick pic?
Nah. And Sherman, sorry, I can't find anything that you sent me. Please send it again.
There's that steel gray. There's the gold. I like the purple out of those. Yeah. What do you think, Paulie? What do you like?
I actually like the steel, the silver.
Someone pointed out to me
that's my favorite one.
Someone pointed out to me that it's kind of similar in the way Richie Sambora at one point had a gray Jackson that was very similar to that. It was like a gray Jackson single hum. But I like the purple. I always go for the brighter, flashier one.
Thanks,
you,
Kevin
Smith. I go for the brighter, flashier one.
I'm not shocked to hear that.
That's a good price point, though. What do you think? I think that's a good price point. If it's retailing at $9.99.
For that money, I'll buy a Charvel. I'll buy a Mexican Charvel.
Which are very well made, but I think I thought the Mexican Charvels run even more.
I don't know.
The Mexican Charvels run about $2,000, don't they?
No.
Really?
No, you can get a Mexican Charvel for $1,100.
Oh, I didn't know. Okay.
Yeah, I would get I would, and by the way, even if it were $200 more, $9.99 versus $12.99, I think the $300 on the Mexican Charvel, I think, is worth the $300 more than the Indonesian Kramer. That's personal choice.
That is a personal choice. And let's see. Padawan 007 says, John, you have a pink Stage Master Standard. I do. I have an arch top pink Stage Master, and I have a flat top, which was the year before. In '86, they had the flat top ones, and then '87 they came out with the arch top. But this is the new one. This is the reissue of the arch top.
Interesting.
And,
Jeff
they feel
Davidson
good.
Jeff Davidson brings up a good point too. For that money, why wouldn't you buy one of the EVH standards?
It depends what you like.
Yeah, well, I'll take one of these over one of those.
Bozique says the Mexican.
I can't see you
Charvels
playing one of those though, Johnny.
900 to 1,200.
One of these?
Up to 1,400.
My main guitar years ago was a 335.
I know, but that's not your it's not your style now.
What would Andy Summers do, Johnny?
Andy Summers actually played a 335 years ago. That's how I got into him, was through Andy Summers.
You are no Andy Summers. No, but I mean, you're like, to me, certain guitars sort of fit a person's personality. Like, I don't see John playing anything but. Yeah, I don't see you playing a 335. Just like
I don't be playing that either.
Yeah, just like I'm not a Schecter guy. You're not going to see me playing a Schecter or a Beane or a fucking Flying V or something like that. Like, I think the guitar tends to. It's like when you see Slash playing his BC Rich Bitch, you're like, well, I know that you played one of those early in your career, but that's not really the guitar I associate with you. Or when you see the old pictures of Eddie with a Flying V or a Les Paul in his hands, you're like, well, that doesn't make any sense at all. It just doesn't look right. Like a left-handed Les Paul, I think, is one of the ugliest guitars on the face of the earth. And I love the Les Paul is my favorite guitar of all time, but it has to look like this. If you reverse this, that looks goofy. You know what I mean? That's goofy looking. People play them like that. You know what I mean? To me, that's the way the guitar is supposed to look. A single cutaway should be played with a right-handed guitar, not a left-handed guitar. All left-handed single cutaway guitars look wrong to me, and I'm left-handed.
Nice. Someone's saying, show my Stage Master. It's not at the location I'm at right now. For those that know me, I have guitars spread in multiple locations across the country. That one is not where I'm at right now. Not accessible, so.
Hey, you're on the air.
Hey, guys.
It's False Flag.
False Flag.
False Flag.
Anti-John.
Right now in Russia, we are creating false flag operation.
The album is being mastered at the moment, and I've had a few tracks come back to me, and I'm very happy with them. And so, yeah.
Cool.
It's all good.
Good for you. Congratulations.
Did you get the album cover we sent you?
No, I didn't know.
One of those guys will blow you.
I'll actually rewatch the show. If only we could use that. If only.
Nice.
Yeah. Anyway, I want to say hi to John and tell him he looks exactly like my high school physics teacher.
Oh, man.
She blinded me with science! Science!
You look very intelligent, John. Actually.
Well, it's just a false look, for sure.
It looks very itchy and sleepy.
Anyone will attest it's not true. But thank you. I appreciate the
guys,
compliment.
I'll talk to you soon. And Yeah.
Awesome,
Take care of
man.
yourselves.
Oh my gosh, we're getting messages left and right.
See you.
Have a good night.
Thank
False
you, brother.
flag.
See you, John.
Thank you, man.
What the heck? Sherman.
Sherman Callahan.
Sherman Callahan, Buddy Guy's guitar. What? Oh, you know what that is, Sherman? I can tell you what that is. Wait. Yeah, Sherman, that's... Well, let me show it first. Let me see if these guys know what this is. It's... Yeah, actually, the finish is very similar to John's guitar. It's got a crackle finish.
Jesus.
Oh, there you go.
Do
Okay.
you know what that is?
I know what it is, but I don't know what it is. I've seen them, but I don't know it.
I can barely make
It looks like it's
out.
got a harp too on it. Look at the amount of fucking switching and shit. That's weird looking. I don't know what it is.
I don't know what that is.
The chat. Tell them what it is before I tell them. There you go. Keith.
Electric sitar, right?
It's an electric sitar.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's kind of like what Eddie used on Ain't Talking About Love for the solos.
Okay.
For the second guitar.
That's very cool. Very, very cool. Nice.
Awesome, Sherman. He said this is Buddy Guy's. This is Buddy Guy's guitar. That's Buddy
Extra
Guy's.
nice.
That makes sense.
Extra nice.
Wait, behind that, is that a Buddy Guy Strat?
Is that a Buddy Guy Strat? You have a Buddy Guy Strat?
Oh, that's funny. I haven't heard that joke in a while.
It is pretty funny though.
Let's see. Jay Hannon, the great Jay Hannon, the band Gizmachi says in the chat,
What,
I pay
Jay?
$300 extra for
What?
a Mexican guitar over an Indonesian guitar. Yeah, me too, man. Definitely me too. I like the luthiers better there.
That's awesome.
Let's
What,
see.
Jay? Did you text me? No, you didn't text me.
Majestic PB and J. Mike Johnson has the 87 Mirage Limited. Says it's fantastic. Padawan 007 has an offer for an 87 Deluxe Pink Stage Master. Great stuff, brother. Let's see. Looking through the chat.
How about 100 thumbs ups? We've been sitting at 80 for like an hour.
Yeah, there's over 100 people just in the chat. Take a second, leave a thumbs up on the video. Smash.
Come on,
the like
Renus.
button.
You can do that alone, man.
Yeah. Just sign in on how many different screen names have you done? I haven't seen Glenn Danzig's come tonight.
I saw him earlier.
Oh, did you?
When he was, when I
this
was live
time he
earlier,
squirted it into my eyes.
Oh my gosh.
Gross. Hi, Ellie.
Nice. Let's see. Okay, yeah, take a second, smash the like button. Let's get to 100 thumbs up real quick.
Andy Go Comics.
Get on it, Andy.
We can do it.
Go Comics.
Come on. Do it. Sign in the more names. That's just what we need. We need more
there's
people.
Glenn Danzig eats come.
There it is.
Thank you, Glenn. Make sure to hit that like
Of course
button,
you wish
Glenn.
I was playing a Schecter guitar. Shut up or I'll have Denny from the Northside Kings knock you out again.
Nice. Johnny, what are we at right now, thumbs wise?
83.
17
Laz,
more, guys.
You
If
sent
you
me
haven't left a
something
thumbs
on
up
WhatsApp?
video,
What's ab?
if only for sympathy that I'm 90% blind tonight.
Are you kidding, Laz? Dude, it's new guitar day for Laz coming up.
What did Laz get?
Nice.
He's getting
Oh,
one
cool.
of those.
You bought that Fender thing?
One of those new Fenders.
That's a very cool looking one.
Yeah, it's got a 60s vibe to it, like those old, like a Moss Right, sort of.
Mo's right.
Yeah, Moss Right.
Mo's right. Something's right. Love the headstock.
Awesome, Laz.
Very cool.
Gosh.
Wow, you've done a really good job Renus getting in. You've got 4 more sign-ins. That was quick. Good for you.
Well done, man.
Yeah, nice job.
Well done. Johnny, what are we at now?
85.
Come on, Renus. 15 more to go. 15 more thumbs up to go. If you haven't left a thumbs up, please leave a thumbs up. We're almost there. 15 more to go. While we're waiting for that, Johnny, let's close this out. Let's read the credits tonight. Let's also say again, Lenny, Lou, Mary, please get better. We love you. We miss you. And happy to hear Ben Tom is getting on the mend. Shout out to him. Shout out to my buddy Erica, who I saw this week. My buddy Erica Foreman.
Not to be confused with Eric Foreman.
Someone's gonna have to read the channel members because I can't make it out with my eyes on fire like they are right now.
I do love Bobby Dukakis. That's a pretty funny one.
David Allen Wright, Mike Neese, Keenan Neighbors, Paul Martin Woods, Mr. Mick, Bubby Dukakis, Small Mouth Guy, Lawrence Christensen, Symmetry, who I'll see later over on GTA, Majestic PB and J Cat, Warlag, Sherman Callahan, James 5150, James Gum, Wayno, Thomas Santiago, Vinyl Freak 5150, Dan Halen, James G, Music Therapy Laz, Andy Carson, Rick Green, Steve Carmichael, The Chad, Christopher Sawa, All Dave All Night, Murph Murphy, Steve Barton, Fernando Riley, Laguna Palms, Robot Master Switch, who I'll see later, R2R3 Locky Nut, 6 Chick 71, John Moronic, Hillary Lewis, Jeff T, 5150 TV, Kurt 5150, KXM Rock 5150, R 5150 Habs, Stephen Franklin 5150, Carol Hatcher 5150, Sean Shreds, Margaret Scranton, Michael Smith, Jesus Rapesme, Nicole Mrazek, Brian Spalding. We haven't seen in a long time, actually. False
Spalding.
False Flag.
False Flag. Hey, Johnny, it's
False Flag, who called up. Thank you for all your support, False Flag. Ghost BC Rich, Hugh Caldwell, Jim Nicholas, Mr. BHB Jr. Is that Bruce? Thomas Santiago, Lenny Lou, and Mary. Hope you guys are getting better. Bozique, and again, Steve Carmichael.
Steve Carmichael. Yeah, and let's give prayers for everyone fighting the war in Ukraine right now. Just a nightmare going on over there, and it affects us all. So, just prayers for the
I will tell you,
Ukrainian people and all the people helping out. Thank you.
I would not want to be the Russian soldier that walks into Kiev, Ukraine, and stares down Vitaly Klitschko, who's the fucking mayor of Kiev, Ukraine.
Oh yeah, that guy looks like a fucking boxer.
He was a boxer. He was a heavyweight champion of the world.
Is he?
Yeah, he and his brother were both heavyweight champions.
Oh, that's right. That's right. The brothers.
The Klitschko's. He was 6'7" and 275 pounds, and he's mad that you're in his house without being invited. I would not want to stare that guy down. He is fucking not screwing around.
And give a shout out to that girl who worked at the state radio TV station and ran in and defied everyone with a sign that basically said, "You're all being lied to. It's propaganda. No war." Blah blah.
I want to get some of those stamps. The Ukrainians, the Ukrainian post office. Awesome. Well, the Ukrainian post office has a stamp of a Russian warship. It's a new stamp. It's a Russian warship off the coast, and one Ukrainian soldier giving it the finger. And I want one of those stamps. God fucking love those people. Look, war sucks. I think we can all agree. War really sucks. Does. I hope those people. She's not missing. They got her. She actually faced charges today in court. It was a lesser charge. She's safe. But not. I don't even care about the politics of it. The fact of the matter is, we're watching a part of the world be fucking decimated for no good reason. So hopefully that can end as soon as possible.
Yeah, there's no politics behind it, guys. We're there's a war going on between Russia and Ukraine. If you take Russia's side, please don't watch the show. If you
Whatever.
take Ukraine's side, you're with the rest of the world. There you go. So that's
Yeah, it's just that the whole thing is just amazingly inspiring to watch people fight for their country, and the balls that these guys are showing against, the second largest army on the planet is fucking outstanding. So
pretty fucking amazing. God
hopefully
bless
those
them all.
people, they can end this thing as quick as possible with, it doesn't look like there's going to be much less damage. They're wrecking that whole fucking country, but I hope they can do everything they can to stop
the
it.
earth on that one.
Yeah.
Well, let's hope it stops soon and it stops there. So
Hope so. Yeah.
Yeah. We don't want to go into World War III, but
no.
Anyway, Johnny, what are we at on thumbs up? What
Speaking
are we at
of
on
stopping,
likes? What are we at on thumbs up?
87.
All right, close enough. Anyway, we love you. We care about you. Thank you all so much for watching tonight's episode of Talking Guitars and 80s Metal Live. Be kind to each other out there. Be careful. Be safe. And that's it. Thank you for spending the night with us. We love you. We appreciate you. Leave comments on the video because we read them. We really appreciate that.
Yes. And join us tomorrow. Talking Van Halen on Twitch. Be doing a giveaway. Eddie Van Halen Funko Pop on Twitch. You got to be in the chat. This can be yours.
Very cool. Thank you, Sherman Callahan.
Sherman Callahan. Oh my gosh.
Sherman Callahan just bought a couple of Funko Pops from you, John. And thank you, everyone, for the well wishes on getting better on my eye infection. This sucks. I can barely see anything, but did not want to let anyone down and not do the show tonight. So rock on. Love you all. Appreciate you all. Yeah.
All right. Love you all. Bye-bye.
All right, love you. Rock on, everybody. Another terrible episode.
John is playing gun sound effects. That's not very nice.
Is that my mom shooting at me? Mom?